don't actually go outside of 128, but I like to think New York is like the farthest away I ever have to really think about in terms of my physical location. It's good to see you all. Hello. Look at that beautiful city. The greatest city in the entire world. It is the city of Boston. I love my city. Don't you love my city? Look at that beautiful city. Oh, I could just hang out here all the time, which is what I do. All right, hello, Tao friends on the Tao YouTube. You know what that means. We got a big day. Roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
Hello, it's me. Nice to see you. I'm sorry you didn't hear me talking right there. I was playing the intro. I have like 45 of these shirts. They give them to me at the dispensary every time I go. My whole wardrobe is just this shirt. I have like 50 of them. You don't understand. Hello! We're here. Hi, Petty. Hi, Nikki. Hi, Aaron. How you doing? I saw Kevin from South Boston. We have a big day. We have lots of court motions to read. Look, that's me. I'm up on your screen. You know why? Because I'm a Tao. All right, now let me find. We have court motions to read. All right, we got court motions. But to begin, can I just tell you, Karen Reed has Michael Proctor's phones. She has his phones. You don't understand. Ladies and gentlemen, I was getting ready to read you, the motions in the civil case about Karen's phone, and then all of a sudden, Judge Doolin's just like, I'm a Judge Doolin. And so the very first thing we got to talk about is how Karen Reed has Michael Proctor's phone. Okay, all the internet wants to talk about in 1 hour is Michael Proctor's phone. It got like 441 hertz and like 15,000 views. You don't understand. So maybe you do understand. If you don't understand, oh goodness, how's Kofi feeling? Kofi, we are very happy that you're doing well. We gave you lots of healing towel vibes. Your mom was worried about you. Kofi, you got to kind of like get up and lick your mom's hand, That's your way of saying you love her. So she was very worried about you. Hi, Ian Limonene, how you doing? All right, so here's how it happened. All right, so I was getting all ready. I had to do towel things this morning. I had to do some towel investigations. And then I had to go do some other things. Kyle gave me a good idea, so I took advantage of Kyle's mind. And then I went and did something. I'm ready for next week. We got to raise some towel funds between like now and Tuesday, but I think I'm going to prevail against Towel Mom. But unrelated to that, okay? Like, as I'm like getting ready to come back, and I said I'm going to do the stream and read some motions and then look at the 2 p.m. Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing, all of a sudden, Judge Doolin's just like, I'm a Judge Doolin, and he drops the order. Now, if you're saying to yourself, Grant, I have no idea what in the ever-loving hell you are talking about. Well, I am going to help you understand. All right, so the other day, Kyle, our friend Kyle, he likes goats, okay, and towels. And giant 400-foot tall queens of France named Baguette Beauty. They're kind of a little crew with Emily C. It's adorable. But anyway, my point is, so Kyle was like, Grant, you should broadcast this hearing. It was like, I don't know, 3 days ago. I don't really remember. There was a lot going on in the world. So I was like, okay, Kyle, I'll do that for you. Now, the hearing was about whether Karen Reed was going to get access to Michael Proctor's cell phone. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, did you really, do this because Kyle, gave you a heads up? Yes, Kyle's very smart. So I watched the whole Zoom hearing, all right? We're going to listen to the winning argument, all right, from Karen Reed's lawyer, and then you're going to listen to the losing argument from Michael Proctor's lawyer. Now listen, Michael Proctor and all of the people that were trying to defend the state police and that state police unit in the Norfolk DA must be losing their minds right now. They were all excited to have the O'Keefe family file this motion trying to keep Karen's phone. Then out of nowhere, Judge Doolin drops the bombshell, which is a very strong indicator that Karen's going to win her motion for the return of her phone, notwithstanding whatever the O'Keefes try to do in the civil case. So, listen, when I listened to this argument the other day, I couldn't even really take stock of how ridiculous Michael Proctor's lawyer was. And he's up there saying some ridiculous things. We're going to listen to that in a second. Let's listen to the winning argument first, okay? This is the argument that carried the day. This is the argument that won Karen Reed, Michael Proctor's phones, and you are going to hear it right now, right here.
Proctor's personal cell phone from Mr. Proctor. Seek discovery of the documents from Mr. Proctor's personal cell phone from Mr. Proctor directly. There's one major problem with that, which is that since the time that Your Honor ordered Mr. Proctor to provide the cell phone to the Commonwealth did its examination. Contrary to what Mr. Proctor's prior counsel told you, there was a lot of stuff on that phone, and there was a lot of stuff that the Commonwealth determined was likely relevant, or at least relevant enough to criminal defendants in cases that Michael Proctor led the investigation on, that it had to be produced. The phone was then returned to Mr. Proctor, and apparently, according to Mr. DeGangi, between the time that the phone was returned from the DA's office and when Mr. DeGangi's firm was engaged, Mr. Proctor, quote, lost that phone.
All right, so just so you understand, the timeline is, hi, Lisa and Cannoli, how you doing? Just so everyone understands, the breaking news that Karen has just won access to 13 years of Michael Proctor's cell phone. If you want to understand what Karen's lawyer just said, he was like, in July of 2025, Your Honor, Michael Proctor's lawyer told you there were no phone records. And then all of a sudden, 2 months later, there was an extraction of 13 years of those phone records turned over. And, Judge, after the Norfolk DA suddenly got these files, they then turned the device over to Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor now tells us, Judge, that he lost that device in the fall of 2025 when he got it back. And so, really, Your Honor, we have a fait accompli here. There's no other means for Karen Reed's defense to obtain, or Karen Reed's lawyers in the civil case to obtain Michael Proctor's phone records, because he got rid of them again, and so the only copy is with the Norfolk DA in the context of the Miles King criminal proceedings and the Giovanni Dos Santos, etc. So, Judge, we need him. Michael Proctor gave us no other option. Judge Michael Proctor gave you no other option. There are no alternative means or less restrictive means to obtain these files. Judge, we need them. Michael Proctor basically handed us access on a silver platter. By the way, this argument carried the day, and Judge Doolin ruled for Karen, so I'm just saying I was right.
So we can't seek discovery from Mr. Proctor directly. So that's why the Commonwealth is burdened with this motion, and why we are. It may be a lot easier to go right to the horse's mouth, but we can't do that in this case. Second of all, the concern about intimate body parts and names of sexual assault victims, one, has been addressed as between myself and the Commonwealth to put protections in place that are very similar, if not identical, to what you've put in place in this criminal proceeding. But I think it's important to take a step back and understand what Mr. Proctor's arguing. He's arguing that there are messages apparently on this phone, which I have not seen, but which from even just media reports, I understand Mr. Proctor was either looking at, sending, or both these images of other people's intimate body parts. So he certainly can't use the fact that he did this as the lead homicide detective for the state police to now prevent disclosure of those documents. That's simply not a valid argument.
Tell me about your disagreement with the DA's office.
So I will say, Your Honor, we reserved the right to seek and if you look at the agreement, it says we have the right in motion practice to ask Your Honor to add that provision. We're not even doing that right now.
See, I'm back. I popped in. I think I hit my microphone cord. Okay, now listen. This is the big deal, okay? Karen's lawyers won the day, but the key distinction, what Karen's lawyer was saying at the end was, listen, Judge, for now, just give us access to the phones. If we want to come back to you in motion practice and ask for permission to use things in motions, we're going to do that. We don't want to do it now. Karen's lawyers initially were trying to get Judge Doolin to let them have the phone and talk about it in the civil motions. So instead of that, Karen's lawyers are like, for now, Judge Doolin, just give us access to the phone if you wouldn't mind. And then once we have it, we'll come back to you. This is why it's a big deal. We'll come back to you after we win, and then we'll let you know what we want to use in public filings. So it is absolutely like very important for folks to understand. The access to the phone is a big deal for Karen. Like this phone, Michael Proctor did not want Karen to get access to these records. She now has access. The second element that we're looking at is because Karen has access to the phones, she now can go back under the agreement with the DA's office to get the records. It's a complex, like, you do an agreement with the DA's office, you go to the judge, you get permission for the phones, and then in the agreement with the DA's office to look at Proctor's phone, Karen says, I have the right, under motion practice, to go back to Judge Doolin and ask to use any of this publicly. That's what Karen's lawyer was saying. He's like, listen, Judge, for now, just give us access to the phones. We're fine with that. That's what he means by, we're just going along with the Commonwealth's motion. There's an addendum that Karen wants to put in, and she's going to come back to Judge Doolin about. That's why she's going to all these hearings. Judge Doolin's actually like the most important character or like authority in the civil case, even though he's not really directly involved in the civil case. It's like through the criminal case discovery of Proctor's phone that Judge Doolin has a lot of power, and Karen's phone, frankly. He's in charge of both, and he's very friendly to Karen. So here's how it plays out. This order for now just permits Karen to have access to 13 years of Michael Proctor's cell phone. Now, I'm going to go ahead and show you that order. All right, the order itself is short. Okay, it was like an agreed upon order. And this is the order. Dee Dee, the wonderful Dee Dee, posted it. It says that Karen can get access to the phones. Okay, it says that Karen can, her lawyers can look at them, etc. But the part in there about Karen using the documents in motions in the civil case in public, that part is not there yet. Karen has a right to go back to Judge Doolin. He rules for her in her favor on everything. She has a right to go back to Judge Doolin and say, Judge Doolin, I want to use this stuff publicly in my civil case. Judge Doolin can give her that permission. He is the person who controls that. It's great. And Judge Doolin loves Karen. We have no idea. 3-Clerk Monty said, what does Michael Proctor have in that phone? We have no idea. We know it's explosive. Karen's probably ruffling through it right now. You don't understand. She's probably having the day of her life. I don't know what Karen Reed does when she's happy. Smiles, feeds houseplants. I don't know what she does. But she's definitely just like running around in circles if that's what she does. I think she's a little bit composed for that. But, you know, whatever Taylor Swift does when she's happy, I imagine that's what Karen Reed does when she's happy. You know, giggle, like run around in circles. I don't really understand. When I'm happy, I just kind of laugh really hard. That's just me, though. But whatever Karen does when she's happy, that's what she's doing right now, because she has the phone. Like, her lawyers probably got it right away. And we're like, okay, Karen, you can look at it now. And she's probably just going through it really, really fast. She's probably finding things in there that are just fucking horrifying. She's making notes like, oh, fuck, that's really fucked up. Oh, my dear God, that's really fucked up. Oh, that's really fucked up. Oh, that's even more fucked up. Oh, all right, gotta note that. And she's probably cross-referencing an index of her and Eliza Little having a little conference call. That's what I kind of imagine is going right now. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, I don't know what Karen is looking for in there. Like, I don't know what her and Eliza Little are looking for, but they're on a phone call. Alan Jackson's probably, like, throwing darts at a dartboard, smoking a big cigar. Like, I'm an Alan Jackson. I'll make this kind of shit happen. And Karen's like, thanks, Alan. Then they go through all the documents, and Karen's like, Eliza, look on page, like, 7,412. And Eliza's like, Karen, look on page, like, 12,742. Oh, I'd like to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. All right, so let me let you listen to the losing argument, okay? Let's just say Michael Proctor's lawyer's argument did not carry the day. It did not carry the day with Judge Doolin. And it was really funny to watch people on social media, like on Michael Proctor's side. There's only like 5 of them. They had no idea what they were talking about. They were like, oh, what a bombshell argument from Proctor's lawyer. Oh, he's got it in the bag. I was like, oh boy, I wish I could live in that kind of state of delusion. Oh, Delulu, you know, like just straight Delulu. Like, clock it, that Delulu. Clock me right now and clock their Delulu-ness. I'm just going to start speaking like a Gen Zer, you know, just to troll them. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just got to troll them, and then when they accuse you of trolling, you got to be like, I'm not trolling. You're trolling. I'm just a towel. I'm not trolling. I don't even know what trolling is. Trolling? How dare you accuse me of trolling? Trolling? I've never heard of such a thing. I don't even know what trolling is. You know what I'm saying? You have to know what trolling is to troll. I don't know what trolling is. How would I troll if I don't know what trolling is? All right, let's listen to the losing argument. And then we'll go on to our motions. We got motions from Karen Reed and the O'Keefes in the civil case about Karen's phones. Now, just understand, we can't just go from issue to issue because this issue is about Michael Proctor's phone. Then we're going to go to the motions about Karen's phone. Then in the lead up to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing at 2 p.m., we're going to read the motion from Tim Bradel to alter Kelsey's bail conditions. Everybody understand we have to do these things in a set order. So this was the losing argument from Michael Proctor. Yeah. Hi, Sarah. How you doing? Hi, Good Trouble Studios. How are you doing? It is great to see you. It's not trolling if you mean it. Exactly. I'm not trolling. I am boxy, you see?
That is correct.
Let me give you the actual video. Oh, 1 second. There you go. This is the losing argument from Proctor's attorney.
To the Commonwealth, correct. Mr. DeGan, you go ahead on behalf of Mr. Proctor.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding, Your Honor, is that the Commonwealth intends to propose these documents, whatever they are, that go back many, many years. It's my understanding it may be 13. It includes images of intimate body parts, Facebook posts, images of non-participants, names of sexual assault victims, which presumably would be redacted, phone numbers, and other personal identifiers. I don't think any of that is relevant to Ms. Reed's defense in a civil lawsuit. This is a civil subpoena here. Mr. Proctor does have a right to privacy in this personal cell phone and to the information contained on there. If you could assume, Your Honor, that 13 years ago on this cell phone, Mr. Proctor sent a personal text to a friend of his that was homophobic. Assume that's what's contained on it. How is that relevant to Karen Reed's defense in a civil lawsuit where he didn't meet her until January, or didn't start his investigation until January 29th?
Because he was not qualified or fit to be a cop, and her whole argument is corruption is why he was a cop, and he was unfit for duty. Hello?
2022. Assume there is an anti-Semitic text on that personal cell phone. Again, for purposes of argument, 7 years old. Again, how is that relevant to her defense when his investigation into this crime occurred January 29th, 2022? If you look at my first exhibit, the only exhibit to my opposition, Your Honor, there's an indication with sworn testimony that there were maybe 38,707 pages of documents produced from Mr. Proctor's cell phone. They all related apparently to the Karen Reed case and
38,000 pages just about the Karen Reed case. So that means Karen probably just got 1 million to 3 million, maybe 5 million pages of text messages and communications and emails and everything else about Michael Proctor. She has his entire life right now. Listen, whatever's on there, if they talked about Birchmore, Tiffany Overstreet, God knows what the hell else. Listen. Those people, anyone on that phone that committed crimes, Karen Reed now knows about it. And she's just going to be like, oh, well, all right, there's some soft obstruction of justice. Oh, that looks like the cover-up of a murder. Oh, my God, that looks like they were buying prostitutes. Oh, my God, they were buying prostitutes. Oh, my God, there's like 7 cop brothels. Oh, my God, these were the madams. Oh, my God, there were children involved. You see how this is going to escalate? It's going to get really bad. Like, I'm telling you, everyone in the orbit of this thing, the madams, the pimps, the girls, like, they're all losing their minds. They're really afraid of what Tao's, like, going to do by calling the government. They think, and they're probably right, that I'm, like, going to get them all hauled in front of Congress, like the people who did this to Karen. And other people, like Tiffany Overstreet and Aiden, and the list goes on. I think they're pretty sure, like, they just have, like, backed off. They're like, let's just back off, Grant. Like, if we push too hard, he's not just going to get people arrested. He wants us, like, in a public congressional committee, answering questions from congresspeople who like him. This is a big problem. Well, yeah, no shit. No shit, it's a big problem. So, yeah, Karen, like, holds all the keys. Listen, Karen just got handed the, like, holy grail of her quest. She is like Odysseus, returning back from the faraway lands and coming upon his people and saying, I have returned with this ship. It's not really a ship. It's more like a file, like a bunch of documents. But it may as well be a ship. You know, it's like an ark. Karen found her ark, and she filled it with two of every Michael Proctor communication. This is the ark of Karen Reed. You may call it the ark of the Karen Reed. Okay? Or the Holy Grail, whatever you want to call it. The point is, she has returned from the promised land and delivered unto all of you the keys to the kingdom. What she's going to do with it, I don't know. But no, I'm telling you, people are going to have a really bad Friday. She's having a really good Friday, and her team. All the people on the other side, anyone in that phone, anyone who committed crimes, anyone involved with the sex trafficking, like, they're all in a lot of trouble. She has evidence of felonies, probably, like, serious felonies now. I would say, like, so many felonies that, like, I don't know if people can get through this without going to federal prison. It could get really bad. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a madam who worked for the state police right now. Like, I think a lot of the people they're trying to roll are the madams. Madams roll pretty easy. You'd be fucking surprised, bro. Like, madams are not hard. They're kind of, like, I'm going to use the B word. They're kind of bees. Like, they're little punks. When you actually get a madam in an interrogation, and you're like, you did that to those girls, and you break down, like, crying after a minute in handcuffs, like, you little punk bee. And it's very easy to get mad at madams, because, like, they're such bees. Like, such, like, punks. Madams are the lowest of the low. I look at them as lower than fucking, like, street hustlers who self-vent. There's nothing worse than a madam. A cop who's a pimp is pretty bad. But, like, there's nothing worse than a madam. They're the lowest of the low. They think they're such hot shit. They're like dominatrixes who cry when you put them in handcuffs. It's like, answer the fucking question. You thought you were such hot shit when you were doing that to those girls. Now what the fuck are you? I get so mad at madams. You don't understand. They're part of the problem, not part of the solution. You understand? They're part of the problem. So anyway, you know, that's just like my opinion on madams. They're kind of like demons. Like, I consider them subhuman. And they're such punks. Like, be good or be good at it. Like, I get it's useful to roll them, but, like, if you're gonna sell other girls, have some fucking backbone. You know, you can't cry when you get arrested. If you're a madam, you sold people, you punk. What the fuck? Have a spine. Fucking cowards. I'll find every madam they had. I'll roll them all. The girls are kind of pissed, I think. I think they're like, why won't Towel let us make money? You know, he's such a dick. And I'm like, I'm not a jerk. You know, you can make money other ways. You just can't, like, enable human trafficking. So, anyway, my point is, like, I don't like people who do bad things, especially people who sell people. So, yeah, I got some shit I want to take care of juridically, and by petitioning my government for redress of my grievances. I want to find who patroned the brothels. I want to find who set the brothels up. I want to find who financed the brothels. I want to find why there's this, like, weird vibe where, like, some of the wealthy women would, like, look down on the working girls and, like kind of mock them in public. No. I want the patrons of the brothels charged with felonies too. I want them all fucking charged. I want some of those rich, wealthy, like, women who look down on those working girls. Like, I want them arrested. I want them dragged in front of congressional committees, and then I want people to ask, like, questions. Like, so, when you went to the brothel, how did you pick the girl that you wanted for the night? Did you buy more than one girl at once? What was the rate? Was there a dorm or suite in the brothel? How many brothels were there? How did you know which restaurant to go to? What was the difference between, like, a street pimp in the operation and a cop pimp? And, like, did you have to have a passcode to actually patron the brothels? Or did you just go to the bar and if they knew you were the right person, you were allowed to buy people? Just how did you headhunt the girls? How did you find the girls? Were you putting your children in basketball camps in exchange for money or something? Like all of you? Were you drinking with children underage? Were you all like involved in this? How were you doing this? Were certain children who were abused forced to work in the brothels and kept there under threat of artificial criminal charges? Was this network of wealthy people working closely with the cop pimps to keep the girls in line? What were the madams doing in all of this? Did the madams go out and find girls for the cops, get them like for a cop? The cop or firefighter uses the girl up, girl goes into the brothel, she starts as an escort and then goes down the chain until she's a fucking street prostitute? I got a lot of fucking questions. Well, Congress does too. You don't really have to worry about me. I mean, you should, because I will go tell people in Congress. But there's some people with a lot of power who have a lot of fucking questions. Yeah, well, you know, maybe like Democratic politicians and judges soliciting sex at brothels was not a good life decision. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you shouldn't call me from a private number. I won't answer. Call me from your real number. You got something to say? Call me from your real number and say it on stream. And unless you're like Kathy Rumler, you really shouldn't. I'm inevitably gonna like move on to the next thing, but if you fuck with me and can like tip me off that what I'm on to is a problem, I'm gonna keep focusing on it. So, unless you are Kathy Rumler, and even if you are Kathy Rumler, you probably shouldn't just call me. I would be offended. You shouldn't even bother reacting. You should just, like, move on with your life. You really should. Whoever you are, you shouldn't call me. Just makes me realize I'm on to something. And I got a lot of towel friends. Yeah, it was Jenny. It was Tommy. It was Jenny from Tommy Two-Tone. Exactly. It was Janet. I'm not calling her back. Sorry, Jenny. Sorry, Jenny. I am not calling you back. All right? All right, Jenny? You go ride on down wherever you got to ride on down to. It ain't going to be with Tal, Jenny. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I'm a Tal. And I think that's what's on Michael Proctor's cell phone. And I think a lot of people are losing their mind right now. You don't understand. Oh, you don't understand. If I could be a fly on the wall of some of the people involved in that human trafficking in Norfolk County right now, they have some well-deserved juridical karma coming their way, and Karen Reed's going to get to deliver it, which is even better. You don't understand. That will make me so happy. Karen Reed should become a prosecutor and then prosecute all these people. I would laugh. She doesn't really need to, though. She kind of figured it out like me. You don't do one thing. You master knowledge of everything and then understand how to deploy your people on the field like a good field general playing chess. You know what I'm saying? As I was explaining to some of the people in the chat the other day, you got to know, I think Boozy Beauty was taking notes on how chess works. She's actually the 400-foot tall baguette queen of France. And I was saying, Boozy Beauty, you got to know what the horsey does. And you got to know what like the rook does, and the bishop does, and the queen does, and the pawn does. She was like, I have no idea what a bishop is. And I was like, oh, I'll teach you, Boozy Beauty, you know what I'm saying. So anyway, it's kind of like that, but by analogy, and you're playing like 45 games of chess at once, and the chessboard is kind of like multi-dimensional. So it kind of has like, instead of like 4 sides, think of it as like a pulsating tesseract that like occasionally like temporally touches upon the third dimension, like a 3D apple in 2D world being a slice. When you're like playing this form of chess, it really just involves like memorizing a bunch of different boards and the constituent parts and their context, and then being able to like zoom out and understand like where the board is. And the problem with it is when you're playing political chess, most of what's happening is non-temporal. It's not like in documents or fucking in evidence or in a police report. There are those things, but those are, the reason I call it like a tesseract is those are the imprint of the 4D shape on our 3D world. When you're actually playing this form of chess, like you're in the non-temporal space a lot of time, the cognitive space, what might happen, what could happen, what probably happened based on what I know now looking backwards, okay? You're in this like purgatory between what's about to happen and what used to happen, and what has happened. And you're constantly reevaluating information. And then as the tesseract, if you know what a tesseract is, it's kind of like a nested cube. That's how you would see it in the third dimension. But in the fourth dimension, like it exists in like 4D. So it's not like static. It is like a moving shape perpetually. It kind of like collapses in on itself. Like think of like a nested cube that like pulses in and out. Like it's like a cube with like lines at the angle to the outer cube, every single angle, and then it kind of like pulses out and pulses in. That's the best way I can describe a 4-dimensional tesseract. You can't see 4D, you can't experience it. Like you can only kind of like conceptualize what it might look like. Anyway, the point is, when you're playing this form of chess, a lot of the information that's flowing around up there is information that's like in the non-temporal space, and you're trying to find like primary source or secondary source documents, which are like the 3D imprint of the larger political constellation. And then you're like kind of inductively figuring out what the larger meaning is of those temporary imprints, and then constructing a larger overall understanding of the realpolitik of the situation. And then generally, like trying to contextualize who's moving where. Are they a pawn for a larger player? Are they a bishop in a specific context? Are they a queen? Are they one of the rare people who like leave the chessboard and try to move different parts around? Do they know one thing really well? Are they a master of multiple disciplines? And you just have to like know where everyone is at all times, what role they play and who they're playing it for, what they're capable of, what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, how they like maneuver in certain situations, what that means versus what they're saying, and what their actions in light of certain developments tell you about how bad those developments are for different people, or vice versa, how good they are for different people. Does that all make sense? All right. So now, oh yes, I forgot. Boozy Beauty is also the Secretary of Defense of France. That's not really relevant to my explanation of how to play this kind of political chess, but you really must understand, if you're going to try to interpret like what's going on with these motions and with Karen's phone and with like the apoplectic reaction to like what's going to be revealed on that phone, and then also like how that ties into like what's been going on over the past few weeks, how Towel is liberated and free, how like I found out about the edited Sallyport video, what that means. All I'm saying is get ready, buckle up, this is all going to get intense. I wouldn't say like immediately, but like, yes, we're going to see some like virulent, like people are going to melt down on social media about this news that Karen has the phone. I mean, there are some people who have been like ride or die for Michael Proctor. Like Michael Proctor could like walk down the street with a 2x4 and just start beating people. And there are people who like ride so hard on him to get off that they would be like, listen, you don't understand. He just was taking out some stress. Getting Karen Reed was really hard. He just had to beat those guys like with a 2x4. Bro, like that's normal police investigative work. He had his solo cups with him. He was just fucking swinging at the dudes. He was trying to investigate a crime scene. You don't understand. Those people tonight, I promise you, are going to lose their minds. It's going to be epic because they are going to go to Proctor and he's going to be like, fuck. She has, like, I got to be straight with you. She has XYZ, like ABC, XYZ. She has all this. they're going to be like, what the fuck, Mike? And he's going to be like, yeah, sorry. And then they're going to be like, we can't defend this. And then they're just going to go out there and start fucking shitting on the board. I'm going to enjoy tonight so much. I mean, I know we're going to war with Iran, so I have to focus on my country. But, like, bro, give me 10 minutes just to watch them just, like, pigeon shit all over the board tonight, Proctor's people. I've waited so long for this day. You don't understand. I want to watch it. I want to drink it in. I want to soak it in. I want to live in that ethos forever, even though I can only have 10 minutes of it. Oh, you don't understand. I would give anything to be there for that conversation when Michael Proctor has to tell, like, the internet nerds on that Discord, listen, like, I said this about the gay people, I said this about the black people, I said this about the Jewish people, I said this about the SA victims, I said this about the trafficking victims, I bought this many prostitutes. Girl with an eagle eye is going to be like, that's it, even I'm not defending this anymore, I give up, you're all on your own. You can't, like, yeah, exactly, like, what can you possibly do? Once, like, he's got to have, it's called a debrief, he's got to do it now. He can't just leave his people on social media hanging, bro. It's going to be a slow drip until none of them will defend him anymore. He's got to tell them, like, this is what's on there. They're going to be like, oh my God, I'm not defending you anymore. And then the other people are going to be like, oh no, you're going to get us all arrested, Michael Proctor. What have you done? And we're going to end up like the firefighters from North Andover in Haverhill who broke into Kelsey Fitzsimmons' house. Grant's going to get them arrested. What are you doing? Amber, it's way worse than that. My mom has been hanging out with Liz Proctor's uncle for like a year and a half. He's like close to the state police. And he would come over, and I would just rail on Brian Tully, and he would kind of keep a poker face. I would just rail on Brian Tully. And they're like, Brian Tully's fucking terrible. I kind of bit my tongue about Proctor, but I think a few times I was like, so what's up with that Proctor's phone thing? He's a bit of a dick, isn't he? The guy was like, So, yeah, that's kind of why I think Towel Mom's been retaliating against me. There's evidence that Kate Peters been talking to Towel Mom since 2024, March. And there's evidence that this state police guy's been hanging around her, Michael Proctor's family member, for like a year and a half. And I really think, like, they were telling her, like, listen, Grant's not allowed. You can't, like, let Grant talk about this stuff. If he does, you must emotionally torment him and threaten him and all this other stuff. And then he'll never figure it out because he's autistic or something. Just beat up on him. Because everything that Kate Peter would say online, like, and her boyfriend, Andy, who goes by Jake's son. By the way, Andy, like, beats Kate, which is really sad. I don't understand that dynamic. But, like, he, like, you know, beats her, and like she like has roommates that are women that like she like, you know, facilitates access to apparently for men, which really freaks me the fuck out. Like, why are you doing that? Like, what kind, who does that? And then anyway, I don't know if it's recent or prior, but like, why would anyone do that? That's human trafficking. It makes me really mad. You know, so when Kate was saying certain things and Andy, her boyfriend, was saying certain things, like, you know, I didn't think it was just like meth-fueled like nonsense. I first thought that, but I didn't think it was just like meth-fueled nonsense, speaking rhetorically. I thought like they were trying to manipulate an elderly woman and con my mother into tormenting me. Little did I realize, I think my mother just wanted to cover for the state police the whole time and didn't care if this was all, like, if Karen was framed or what, and her role was just to make sure no one asked the right questions about the Sallyport footage, the human trafficking, the brothels in Stoughton. Then I started being like, oh, my mom's a catch and kill artist. Like, she gets victims who come forward and then make sure like they're never heard from again. You don't actually murder them, but like you make them sign like agreements, or you like give them a settlement. It's called a catch and kill artist. Hello, Deanna G. Welcome. Okay, Erica. What is Erica here? How are you doing, Erica? I am a too. Andy is Jake's son. Yeah, no, that's just Kate making the videos, Erica. That's why I was always weird. I was like, doesn't Aiden have an order on Kate? So if Kate's making videos and just like having Andy post them, kind of seems like direct or indirect contact. You know what I'm saying, Erica? But yeah, that's Andy. So, yeah, good to see you, by the way, Erica. I like how everything has been going with your channel. You will yet conquer Northern Ireland, my dear friend. Just keep the eyes on the prize. The British are terrible, as we know. So they're weak right now. You know, the monarchy's fallen. We have to free Derry. Don't tell the British we're coming. We're going to free Derry. Yeah, Erica, that is Andy. I'm so surprised people didn't know. Yeah, Jake's son is Andy. That's Kate's boyfriend. I don't really know I don't know who wears the pants in that relationship. Maybe neither of them wear pants. They don't seem to really understand clothes. So I feel a little bad. I feel like I'm punching down a little bit when I criticize them. But needless to say, I don't know who wears the pants. You know, maybe Andy wears one pant leg and Kate puts a shirt on his pants and thinks she's I don't, bro, we're getting way outside my ability to analyze. I just wanted to read court documents. Now you got me talking about whether Kate or Andy wears the pants. Erica, you're wonderful. You didn't really inspire me to talk about that. It's just I think you're funny sometimes when I'm talking to you, and I wanted to talk to you about whether Kate or Andy wore the pants because I thought it would make you laugh. Which, I mean, to be fair, it's really fucking funny. I find myself really funny, which is the best part of the stream. All right, we got to read. Now we got to switch topics, okay, from whether Kate or Andy wears. You know what? We can just take a poll, okay? Who do you think is more likely to wear pants or the pants in a movie? Kate. Okay, Princess Kate or Andy, Andy Warhol, okay? So who do you think is more likely to wear the pants in a movie? Princess Kate Middleton or Andy Warhol? All right, thank you, Aaron, I'm hilarious. Okay, so Erica thinks that, Princess Kate Middleton wears the pants. I'm going to put a poll up, and you all can vote whether Kate Middleton or Andy Warhol wears the pants, okay? Now, those of you just joining might be saying, Grant, I don't think Andy Warhol is alive, and I don't think he's dating Kate Middleton. Well, for the purposes, arguendo, as Michael Proctor's lawyer wouldn't say because he didn't know how to say it in Latin and just said as a hypothetical, or if you take this as true, Your Honor, assuming arguendo that Kate Middleton and Andy Warhol were dating, which one of them would wear the pants? A lot of you think Princess Kate Middleton. Some of you think Andy Warhol. Okay? No. Listen, this is why do you think Kate Middleton wears the pants? And I suppose Andy Warhol is dead, so if he was walking around wearing pants, that would kind of be a little weird. All right, now we got to actually read the motion about Karen's phone. Although we're not really rushing, we have to pause at 2 o'clock for the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing. I believe a bunch of different channels have it live. Whatever version is doing the pool feed, could you let me know? There's normally one station that is assigned to do what's called the live pool feed, whereupon they will broadcast out a hard-coded HD feed and they give it to the other news orgs. So whoever has that pool feed, if you could let me know, I want to make sure we broadcast the 2 p.m. Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing. It is very important. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Everyone, I know we have 3 topics. It's like, those shows you watch on the TV. We have 3 topics. We've gotten through one of them. We've gotten through the hearkening of the bells. We have let the world know that Karen Reed won access to 13 years of Michael Proctor's cell phone over Michael Proctor's opposition. Now, we have to learn about Karen's cell phone. Now, you're going to say, wait a minute, Grant, I can't keep track of all these cell phones. I only have one cell phone. I understand. That's why I'm going slow. I don't have a chalkboard like Emily C. I have a towel. All right, so I wish I had my Trial Channel towel. I heard we have Trial Channel towel merchandise. I need to get one. The point is, okay, I'm also supposed to make a shirt that says you don't understand. That would be really funny. All right, so here's what we're going to do, okay? I'm going to explain to you things in boxes. We've done box 1, so do a big check, okay? Now we move to box 2. These are Karen Reed's 2 phones that were seized in January of 2024 pursuant to a search warrant that was 34 pages in length, filed by then Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, who was the head of the Norfolk Norfolk DA's CPAC State Police Unit, which is a detailed unit of the state police that works for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Okay, this is the unit that originally investigated Karen Reed for John O'Keefe's death in January of 2022. Jump forward to June of 2022, Karen gets indicted for John's death. Jump forward to late 2022, a federal investigation kind of expands of the performance of the state police to also include the unit that investigated Karen. Jump forward to May of 2023, after Rachel Rollins leaves office, Josh Levy takes over as acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts. Him, Adam Deutsch, and others personally run a grand jury over the summer of 2023, which culminates in another grand jury about Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore, a young woman murdered in the town of Canton by a police officer on February 1st, 2021 at 9:27 p.m. Eastern exactly. That grand jury starts up in August of 2023, but the federal grand jury into the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case really heats up in the summer of 2023. By the fall and winter of 2023, there's all these people just like popping up in Turtle Boy's life and Karen's life. Jen Altman, by the way, to back us up a little bit, in April of 2023, the reason Karen Reed and Aiden Turtleboy Carney start talking while that federal grand jury is heating up into the investigation of John's death is because a woman named Jen Altman comes out of nowhere and starts talking a lot in the comments of posts about Karen about how Turtleboy is like someone she really likes and how Karen's people should talk to Turtleboy. Well, Karen's person at that time was this random woman named Natalie, came into Karen's life after years of not communicating with her, an old college friend. Gets Karen's trust. Natalie randomly sees Jen Altman commenting on Karen's post or posts about Karen's story, and Natalie suggests to Karen that Karen start talking to Turtleboy. Okay, why is that weird? Well, because we just found out in the past few days that Jen Altman, going back to March of 2023, had been running an X account trying to get Turtleboy jailed, which means Jen Altman was never a Turtleboy fan, and the happenstance, serendipitous, coincidental meeting of Karen Reed and Turtleboy was instead a setup by Natalie and Jen Altman. Do you understand? Turtleboy thought he was just helping. Karen thought she was just getting some help. Instead, those two were put in each other's orbit by a closely monitored group of double agents who in turn caused chaos and tried to pressure Karen into pleading guilty pre-trial, which would have been a terrible decision in hindsight. And in turn, once we get to the fall of 2023, there's real concern among the state police, in particular Brian Tully, about who the target of the federal investigation is, which is why Brian Tully starts asking, in the context of his official position as a state police officer, in certain witness interviews related to the Turtleboy and Karen Reed cases in early December of 2023, who is the target of the federal probe? Well, as we all know, by early 2024, Michael Proctor, February 1st of 2024, I believe, February 6th maybe, I think it was February 1st, Michael Proctor is interviewed by a federal grand jury for 6 hours by Josh Levy personally. Within another month, on March 6th to March 7th of 2024, Brian Tully is signing an NDA with Laura McLaughlin, who's representing the U.S. Attorney's Office, basically. And Brian Tully is only allowed to see like a few excerpts from Michael Proctor's phone, apparently because the DOJ was concerned that Tully would tip off people who might be under investigation because of what the DOJ found on the phone. That is a lot of information, but in the middle of all of that, in January of 2024, while Brian Tully is facing all this heat from the federal government, what does he do? Using two specific people, Brian Tully goes to Judge Peter Krupp, and Brian Tully gets a search warrant to seize but not search Karen Reed's phone, okay? That means that Brian Tully was able to take the phone but couldn't look through it. The original order from Judge Krupp, signed in January of 2024, said seizure only, no search. At that point, okay, Brian Tully was going to try with Ken Mello and eventually Robert Cosgrove to indict Karen again. Ken Mello cannot get an indictment on Karen. He no true bills her. Like, the grand jury will not indict Karen on witness intimidation in March of 2024. Okay, like March 26th or something. Okay, as that is happening, the phone is retained by the Norfolk DA for like further information. In May of 2024, somebody starts like leaking group text to like Sean McDonough that Aiden had written in like Facebook messages to the Roccos talking about like whether Karen talked to Aiden, okay, before that. That then gets turned over to the prosecutors, and they try to start up this new grand jury into Karen and Aiden in the summer of 2024. I don't know if it ever materializes. They never do the search of Karen's phone because Karen's criminal trial for John's death was ongoing. But they keep the phone the whole time, okay? So it's eventually 580-something days pass. Karen's acquitted in June of 2025, July 2025. And then Robert Cosgrove immediately, the new special prosecutor, tries to get permission to search the phone that has been seized for 580 days. There's a protracted 4-month legal battle in Norfolk Superior Court, originally in front of Judge Krupp, and then randomly, like, in front of another judge, and then in front of Judge Doolin. There was some weird stuff that happened. And then as of, like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, Judge Krupp denied Cosgrove's request to search Karen Reed's phone. Now, you might be saying, okay, so that's like a no true bill or a null pros, right? It's over. Karen just gets the phones back. No. Cosgrove tries to buy time a week and a half ago in a shocking hearing in Norfolk Superior Court and tells Judge Doolin that Prosecutor Cosgrove is thinking about trying to stay, a motion to stay, I think it's under Rule like 6F or something, stay Judge Krupp's order denying Cosgrove permission to search the phones so that Cosgrove could retain the phones during the course of an appeal of Judge Krupp's order of the denial of the request to search the phone. Everyone understand the procedural posture? So as of like this moment in time, Norfolk Superior Court has 2 phones, okay? The Norfolk DA is not allowed to search them. It may actually be in the possession of the DA or the court. The point's the same. The Norfolk DA or the court has 2 of Karen's phones. They cannot be searched. They're just sitting there. Karen has asked Judge Doolin last week to return them to her. Robert Cosgrove's like, no, Judge, even though I lost and I don't understand the concept of possessory interest in a cell phone, I want the cell phones back. That's basically Cosgrove's argument. I'll show you him outside of court last week with me and Christina Rex. Mr. Cosgrove was fucking baffled when I asked him about like whether Karen's possessory interest in the phone is overriding and whether he is just being nonsensical. Anyway, during that hearing a week and a half ago, a criminal court hearing about Karen's phones or whether they should be returned to her, Mark Diller, the civil attorney for the O'Keefes, calls in. Judge Doolin is baffled by this call-in because Diller wants the court, the criminal court, to hold Karen's phone, even though Cosgrove lost the motion to search, so that Diller can try to serve something on the DA to get Karen's phones, which the DA lost permission to search. Doolin is like, Mr. Diller, I will hear you de bene, our favorite word that is not a pasta. I will hear you de bene. Like a week and a half ago, I will hear you provisionally. Like, you don't even have standing, Mr. Diller, to be heard. I will listen to you, but I won't take it into consideration. As far as I'm aware, Judge Doolin has not yet ruled on whether Karen can get her phones back immediately. So, look what the O'Keefes did. We're gonna watch Cosgrove talking about his arguments, but look what the O'Keefes did. They filed an emergency request to ban Karen from getting her phones back. It's a 69-page document. All right, so we're going to read it, okay? But I want to show you Cosgrove's argument, because the first attempt that they did to keep this phone was they had Cosgrove up there just begging Judge Doolin, please, Judge, don't make me give them back right away. I know I lost. I know I've been humiliated. I know I'm struggling. Just don't make me give them back. I can't give them back, Judge. You don't understand. Kate Peter will be mad if I give them back, Judge. Don't make me give them back. Well, the judge is going to make him give them back. But let me just show you. First of all, I was on the news. I did such a good job. Look, hashtag towel on the news. I did such a good job letting Christina Rex know that Robert Cosgrove was coming down the stairs. See, she just had a baby. And she was like, Grant, would you mind if I go sit down? We had to wait for like 2 hours to get him. Everyone else left. She was like, Grant, would you mind if I go sit down? I just had a baby. And I was like, oh, that's adorable. I love that you had a baby. You go do whatever you want, Miss Christina Rex. And she said, will you gobble at me like a turkey when Robert Cosgrove comes down the stairs? And I said, no, Christina, I will not gobble at you across like Court Street or High Street in Dedham like a turkey to let you know Robert Cosgrove is here. But I'll alert you in some way, but I'm not gobbling like a turkey. I don't know why she wanted me to do that. I mean, that's fucking hilarious, but I'm not doing that. I don't even know how to gobble like a turkey. So anyway, I see Robert Cosgrove coming down the stairs, and I turn over to the next cameraman across the street, and I said, Mr. Cameraman, and he's like, what, Grant? I'm like, oh, it's Cosgrove. He's like, oh, I'll tell Christina. They both just start running across the road, and I think because I was so nice to her, she put me on the news. So anyway, hashtag towel on the news. Yeah, it was pretty awesome. Oh, and then that's, if you've never met Boozy Beauty, you should say hi to her. She is the 400-foot-tall baguette queen of France. Oh, you can't see this? Oh, I have the wrong one up. Hold on one second. I was sitting there the whole time like, what do you mean they can't see it? I left the hearing up. Hold on, I got to playing. Okay, I got to back up playing. All right. That, lady, no, wrong one. How did I do this wrong? This is quite a day. No, that's not what I want. All right. That's Boozy Beauty. She's the 400-foot-tall baguette queen of France. Now, what I had been showing you before was Towel on the news. And you see, that is me. I am a Towel. That is Christina Rex. She's a Christina Rex. And that's Robert Cosgrove. He's a Robert Cosgrove. We were on the news together. We're kind of like, you got to see and be seen. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to see and be seen. Now when I walk around, all the people just look at me like, oh, that's that man from the news. All right, here we go. This is Robert Cosgrove talking about the phones. Then we'll read the motions. Let's go, Mr. Cosgrove. I don't have all day. Listen to Christina Rex say, I can run again. I'm not pregnant.
Thank you.
I'm not pregnant anymore. I can run.
Yeah, I don't guarantee I'll answer this.
What's the goal with the cell phone?
See what's on them.
For what purpose?
See if it's evidentiary.
Of witness intimidation? Is that still the charges we're trying out?
Well, it's still an active investigation.
So it's not a no.
It's not a no.
I think there's a lot of questions about why the Norfolk DA's office in particular still wants to get Karen. Do you have an answer to that?
I don't think the Norfolk District Attorney's Office wants to get Karen Reed or anybody else. I think it's just following the evidence to see where it leads.
How do you think things will turn out after today? I know we didn't get an answer.
I have no idea.
Fair.
Can I just ask you, so these phones have been around for a long, didn't you already get all you needed off these?
No.
Do you think that there's evidence on these phones that you weren't able to obtain via Aiden Carney's?
I don't know. Won't know till the phones are examined.
And have you made a decision about whether or not you're going to appeal the rejection for the search warrant?
No. If you heard the court argument, the Supreme Judicial Court has a case which could push us either way. Could prompt the judge to reconsider his decision, or might confirm him in the decision he made. So we're just trying to do the best we can on the basis of the best possible information.
And so the best case outcome for you right now would be to wait for that SJC case to be decided.
Right. That's what I asked the judge to let us know.
Okay. Thanks very much.
And the possessory interest in the phone?
I'm sorry, what's your question about the possessory interest?
Isn't that overriding?
Well, from my point of view, the possessory interest in the phone is handled by the initial search warrant, which gave us permission to seize the phone.
It's a slight distinguish without a difference as to Diaz, but I understand your point. Thank you. So he was like, well, unlike in Diaz, we had a seizure warrant. And I was like, it's a distinction without a difference, Mr. Cosgrove. You lost the motion to search the phone. It's a distinction without a difference, Mr. Cosgrove. And then when Attorney Melanie Little, thank you, Amber, when Attorney Melanie Little played that, she was like, Grant knows he's smarter than Mr. Cosgrove, and Grant just walks away because he's just so much better at him than this. I was like, yeah, thank you, Miss Melanie Little. You are wonderful. And thank you for the wonderful Tal friend who sent a donation of $15. I'm so grateful. If you didn't hear, things got a little hard towards the end of the month. I went negative 154 in my bank overnight. Then I used some of my Venmo balance to go positive. Then I used a little more to rent a car through till tomorrow. We're working on getting a permanent car. I'm going to try to do that next week. I got one more thing I got to deal with. But yeah, this has been a hard day of the month. So, if you like Taos Public Information Service, you are welcome to support it. There's different ways to do so. There is a Cash App, money sign Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There is a PayPal for our international Towel friends, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. And yeah, if I go over my goal today, it's a high goal. It's 300 today because I might have a tough weekend. I get nervous, If I go over my goal today, I would love to donate more to Karen. I donated $25 the other day. Donated $25 yesterday. Karen's over $70,000 on her civil defense fundraiser now. So yeah, I tried to be helpful. Little Tal, I just get nervous sometimes. Okay, we're going to try to read this. Give me 1 second. No promises that I'm going to be able to have the AI British man read this. I don't really want to read this long document. I need to save my voice for the, I'll work later. Give me 1 second. I'm having it scanned. I think it might work. Give me a second. Is it going to work? We'll find out if it's going to work. It doesn't always work. Sometimes it does. Yes, no, maybe so. No. All right, hold on. I have to convert it. I'm sorry about the delay. I have to convert this PDF to text. I am not reading 7 to 9 pages. You don't understand. No, I'm proud of all of you for being super tales. And I'm just going to convert this little PDF here to text. So we're going to actually be able to read the PDF together. You don't understand. I think a lot of it might be exhibits. But the point is, I'm not reading 20 pages. Because then I'd have to read the 20-page response. Then I'd have to read the 20-page SIR reply. I'm just going to have the AI voice do it, and then I'm saving my voice for Sidebahs. We have a 2 p.m. Kelsey hearing. I think I should be able to get through the Kelsey motion in 10 minutes, so I'm going to do that at 1:40. But until then, I am not reading. I need to save my voice. I am not reading this many pages. I know you all don't mind. But when I have to read the Sidebahs, I like to be animated and yell like Alan Jackson and become, vengeful and talk about anterooms and things like that. When I meet Alan Jackson at a McDonald's, I'm going to be like, is there an anteroom here? And he's going to be like, you're such an asshole. I'm like, no, it's a loving way. I was just pointing out that I got your net worth right by the way that you used anteroom. He's going to be like, I trolled Jen McCabe with that. And I'm going to be like, I know, Mr. Jackson. I am like you and Attorney Elizabeth Little. I remember everything. He's going to be like, Grant, you actually remember so much. Sometimes I realize you remember more than me. I'm watching you. This is what I imagine Alan Jackson thinks. Grant, sometimes I have tuned in to watch you talk about Sidebahs, and you point out things that I didn't remember at the time. You just read it. You didn't even live it. You just read it, and you still point out things that I didn't remember in the moment. And I'm like, yeah, Mr. Jackson, I'm a little town. I would tell him that. I feel like I'm winning him over. You know what I'm saying. What programs do you use to convert and then have it read? I'm wondering also for my kids with learning differences. I am happy to tell you. So I use this specific program to convert. It's the best OCR scanner, so you can find the link in the chat. And then for reading, I use an extension called Read Aloud, a text-to-speech extension. Let me get you the link for it. I use it on Chrome, but you can do it for almost anyone. And so this is the Chrome web store link for the Read Aloud that I use. My pleasure. Listen, you tell me that I can be of help to your child with learning disabilities. I will be the most efficacious little child that you ever heard of. All right, let's see. So we did that. Very good. Very good. All right, we're on a course. We're making progress. Here we go, little towels. And then someone said, I think it was Tripoli Bob earlier, said, I wonder if the reason why the Commonwealth doesn't want to return Karen's phones is because they actually access them and there's evidence on the phone of them doing so. I think you're right, Tripoli Bob. Very good insight, my dear friend. All right, let's begin.
Superior
We can
Court
skip through
Plymouth.
the header.
Docket number 2483 CVs. Plaintiffs, emergency motion for temporary restraining order pursuant to Rule 65 to prevent release of EVIDECE1. I'm dead. I'm G dead. Do you have any clue what's on the phone that they took? Now come the plaintiffs and respectfully request this court issue an order restraining defendant Karen Reed from taking possession of cellular phones in the custody of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, NDAO, before plaintiffs have had an opportunity to digitally image the phones so a full record of the phones is maintained and communications and data reasonably calculated to lead to discovery of admissible evidence are preserved. Plaintiffs request a temporary restraining order to maintain the status quo pending a formal hearing on the matter. As grounds, therefore, plaintiffs respectfully state as follows: irrelevant background. 1. Because some exhibits are in video format, all referenced exhibits can be found here. http URL. Lidueli 5IA, EN7735Z, copy link and paste in browser. Superior Court, Plymouth Docket number 2483 CV00692. While Karen Reed was charged criminally in connection with the January 2022 death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, investigators seized a cell phone belonging to Reed as part of the murder investigation. At some point thereafter, police seized other cellular phones belonging to Reed in connection with prosecuting blogger Aidan Kearney, known as Turtle Boy, for witness and juror intimidation in Reed's criminal case. The devices remained in government custody throughout Reed's 2024 trial and 2025 retrial. In late 2025, the NDAO, in connection with the Kearney investigation, sought authorization to search Reed's phones for relevant evidence. In February 2026, a Norfolk Superior Court judge denied NDAO's request to search the phones with its decision under Seal Point 2 on Thursday, February 19, 2026. Reed sought an immediate reversal. In order to prevent the immediate and irreparable loss of evidence critical to plaintiff's civil claims, we file the instant motion.
Okay.
Superior Court Plymouth.
No. You filed the instant motion. Okay. What's going on? Alright, let's go.
2. Legal standard. A temporary restraining order may be granted without written or oral notice to the adverse party or his attorney only if it clearly appears from specific facts shown by affidavit or by the verified complaint that immediate and irreparable injury, loss, or damage will result to the applicant before the adverse party or his attorney can be heard in opposition. Mass. R. CIV. P65. The temporary restraining order serves principally to maintain the status quo pending a hearing. Nogueiro vs. Com of the Department of Transitional Assistance, 72 Mass. App. Court 496, 500. 2008, citing Smith and Zobel, Rules Practice Section 65.2, 1981, _. The destruction of relevant evidence has a pernicious effect on the truth-finding function of our courts. Scott vs. Garfield, 454 Mass. 790, 798, 2009. Preventing spoliation and preserving evidence necessary to adjudicate claims are within the court's inherent powers that are essential. 2 Norfolk Superior Court, Criminal Docket No. 2482 SW0004. Superior Court, Plymouth. Docket number 2483 CV00692. To the function of the Judicial Department, to the maintenance of its authority, or to its capacity to decide cases. Com. Versus Fremont INV. And Loan, 459 Mass. 209,213, 2011. Id. Argument. In order to ensure the preservation of admittedly critical evidence and to prevent irreparable harm to plaintiffs' ability to fully and fairly prepare their case, plaintiffs seek an emergency order of this court temporarily restraining defendant Reed from taking possession of her cell phones from the NDAO to allow the plaintiffs an opportunity to be heard regarding the need to forensically image the contents of Reed's phones before such devices are returned to Reed. The contents of Reed's cell phones are materially relevant to plaintiffs' infliction of emotional distress allegations. This court has already endorsed a plausible claim against Reed for pushing a false narrative through the media, notably Aidan Kearney, and for pitting the Reeds against the O'Keefe family. Point 3. It is not disputed that Reed was feeding information to Kearney to shape the public narrative. In an interview with HBO, Reed stated, Nathan only started talking to Turtle Boy after Turtle Boy got involved. John was always a fan, and John liked one of my conduits early on. The lawyers told me that we could share anything with him, Kearney, as long as it was public, and not for me to do it directly to go through a third party. That was the protocol for a little while, and then I started to get nervous about who I was using for a third party because I started to trust Turtle Boy to an extent, but the information I'm giving him is valuable. And I need to trust the middleman. I didn't want to have any of my close friends to do it because I didn't want to put them in that spot, so I eventually just started sending things to him directly. But I would tell him, I'd give him some backstory. Relaying it through someone who's had a few glasses of wine to have it relayed to Turtle Boy, I thought, I've only got so much patience here. I've just got 3 on or about October 3, 2025, Judge O'Shea denied Reed's motion to dismiss plaintiff's claims for reckless and/or intentional infliction of emotional distress relying, in part, on the contents of an affidavit of State Trooper Brian Tully seeking an application for a search warrant to seize Reed's mobile devices. This court noted that Kearney to talk to this kid directly. And then we started talking about the case probably once a day, almost every day 5 to 6 days per week. It was a little quid pro quo. He was getting tips that were better than a lot of the tips that we were getting, and I was helping him getting up to speed on what he had missed from the previous year and a half. I don't have any shame. I haven't denied it. I'll tell anybody how often. It's in the phone records. I talk to him almost every day. This case has been massive for him, and it's my entire life. So yeah, we talk about Jen McCabe and Michael Proctor and what's in the latest discovery and, what do you guys think you're going to do next? We had all these conversations. Exhibit A. When Kearney was investigated criminally, police seized Reed's phones. These phones are the subject of this motion. Plaintiffs have a good faith basis to believe that the data contained in those phones, emails, texts, internet usage, application usage, etc., will confirm that Reed was communicating her narrative either directly or through intermediaries to Kearney. Kearney's publications and videos have mirrored the Reed team's narrative and have publicly attacked the O'Keefe family with information transmitted to him by Reed. Unlike the NDAO, plaintiffs need only show their request for these communications is reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence, a markedly lower standard. That burden is met here. For example, these exchanges from April 2023 are just a snapshot into how Karen Reed was helping direct this public narrative through Kearney. On April 23, 2023, at 3 a.m., Kearney notified Reed, through an intermediary, Natalie Waweke, that he was writing a blog about Sarah Levinson, a Commonwealth witness. Exhibit BL through the interim diary, Reed responded, tell him Proctor, likely intentionally, spelled her, Levinson, and Julie Nagel's names wrong. Her name is Sarah, not Sarah. Exhibit BJ. Kearney asked, why spell the names wrong? To which Reed, through intermediary, responded, to hide their identities from us. Make them tough for the defense or public to track. Exhibit. Superior Court, Plymouth. Docket number 2483CV00692. Phil Kearney responded, it's up. Exhibit BL the next day, on April 24th, Kearney posted a blog titled, Canton Cover-Up Part 9, Woman in House W. John O'Keefe was murdered is Beth Israel Milton nurse Sarah Levinson. Name was intentionally misspelled by Trooper Proctor. On police report, Exhibit CL, Kerry. Roberts is AF, ****GC **T. Always has been. Tell TB, great job with the geofence. ... Please, if you agree, post something to the supporters of the Furbish children. These supporters can no longer pretend to care what happens to those kids. Text me from Signal. ... Check you Signal. Check your Signal. ... Check your Signal. Exhibit DJ the next day, on April 30th, 2023, Kearney posted a blog, Canton Cover-Up Part 16, writing, let's be clear, you cannot claim to support the Furbish children, John's niece and nephew, as people like Kerry Roberts do. If you are actively covering for the sick killers, Kerry Roberts is not interested in protecting or shielding this young boy. She is exploiting him on social media for likes as he parades around in an Albert family shirt. Exhibit L. Additionally, plaintiffs have good reason to believe the contents of Reed's phones may undermine Reed's third-party culprit affirmative defense and related under-oath statements made in answering plaintiffs' interrogatories. For example, Reed stated in response to interrogatory number 2, I do not know which specific individual or individuals within the house fatally wounded Mr. O'Keefe. See docket paper number 73.3 at pp. 9. However, on May 6, 2023, Reed, through intermediary, texted, tell him the body was moved, tell him I can't be more specific because this is a key witness that no one knows about. ... It's not a party goer. Not anyone who was at the party. Exhibit F. Later, she texted, Aidan, I'm telling you we know for sure when and by whom the body was planted. Exhibit F. This purported knowledge was omitted from Reed's Superior Court, Plymouth. Docket number 2483CV00692. Under oath response, even though the interrogatory called for all facts, forming Reed's third-party affirmative defense. In July of 2025, plaintiffs propounded discovery and preservation orders upon Reed and a subpoena upon NDAO requesting the extractions from these phones. None have been provided to date, and no privilege log was provided. Counsel for defendant Reed confirmed that no information from Reed's cell phones was included in the 900,000+ page document dump provided on November 20, 2025, and December 2, 2025. Exhibit G. Should the cell phones be returned to Reed and their contents altered, plaintiffs will suffer irreparable prejudice in prosecuting their emotional distress claims. Conversely, Reed's claim that she needs the phones returned urgently stands in contradiction to her speaking to the press from the courthouse steps using a different personal cell phone just this past Thursday, February 19. Exhibit H. Plaintiffs further have a good faith basis to believe Reed may alter or destroy the cell phone's contents should they be returned to her before plaintiffs can preserve all data contained on the devices. When police first seized one of the devices on January 24, 2024, Reed Factory reset the device, wiping all data and information from it. Exhibit I. Recently, audio from a phone call between Kearney and Reed was leaked, during which Reed stated, "I'm dead. I'm FK***G dead. Do you have any clue what's on the phone that they took?" Exhibit J. Reed's own admission supports plaintiff's belief that the subject's cell phones contains discoverable information materially relevant to plaintiff's claims and harmful to Reed. Reed sought relief through the criminal court without notifying plaintiff's counsel even though the cell phones are integral components of this case. Plaintiffs only received notice via social media. The timing of Reed's February 19 motion also raises suspicion considering this. Superior Court, Plymouth. Docket number 2483CV00692. Court on February 12 ordered the parties to convene about a plan for exchanging electronically stored information and to file the same by March 3. Once the cell phones leave secure evidence holding. Even innocent use of the devices will override crucial information and metadata contained intra. Plaintiffs therefore seek a temporary restraining order preventing Reed from taking possession of her cell phones until plaintiffs have the benefit of forensically preserving and imaging those devices. Plaintiffs are willing to engage a court-approved third party, i.e. a taint team comprised of a judge and forensic examiner agreed to by the defense, to review and log any potentially privileged attorney communications. Judge Doolan directed plaintiffs to file their opposition to Reed's motion for return of property in the criminal case on Monday, February 23, 2026. Plaintiffs seek this court's intervention in tandem with such opposition. Wherefore, plaintiffs respectfully request this court issue a temporary order restraining defendant Karen Reed from taking possession of cellular phones in the custody of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, NDAO, pending a formal hearing on plaintiff's request for a neutral third party to forensically preserve all communications and data contained on those devices.
That is the most absurd request I've ever seen docketed. First of all, they're going to lose. They're going to lose horribly. We're going to listen to Karen's reply. Let me just tell you right now. That was just like, oh my God. That was really, really, really bad. That was really bad. That's not going to hold water. Judge, we don't want her to have her phone because we want to create a new rule of civil procedure where, like, we get to search her phone because it was seized, and then the warrant in a criminal case that's unrelated to the civil case, the search warrant was denied, but there's a seizure warrant, and she hasn't got her phones back yet, so we want you to ban her from getting her phones back, and then we want to search them first. We're police, basically, you know, Judge? Good luck with that one. All right, yep, and I want to buy part of the Brooklyn Bridge, but, you know, that shit's not going to happen. I really like your optimism, Mr. Dilla, but you're kind of making a mockery of the court at this point, Mr. Dilla. Let's see what Karen's attorneys have to say to this one. Oh, this is going to be good. Then in like 15 minutes, we have to read the Kelsey motion because that hearing's at 2 p.m. Eastern. Here we go.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Plymouth, SS Superior Court Department. Civil Action Number 2483 CV00692. Rather than heed the court's urging to move discovery forward in this case by scheduling and taking depositions, plaintiffs now file a fundamentally opposition to plaintiffs' emergency motion for temporary restraining order. Rather than heed the court's urging to move discovery forward in this case by scheduling and taking depositions, plaintiffs now file a fundamentally baseless emergency motion relating to defendant Karen Reed's phone that the government has held for more than 2 years and which is subject to a written objection Reed served on plaintiffs 4 months ago. That plaintiffs have never discussed with Reed's counsel, let alone challenged. In their latest attempt to use this proceeding to inject scurrilous allegations into the public record, plaintiffs disregard Superior Court Rule 9C and Rules of Civil Procedure 34 and 65. and ask this court to restrain a separate criminal session of the Superior Court and impose drastic sanctions in the form of a forced full forensic examination of Reed's entire phones without any of the prerequisite factual foundation Massachusetts courts universally require before ordering such an extreme remedy. The requested relief is also contrary to an express prior agreement between counsel, and plaintiffs have not presented, and cannot present, any evidence whatsoever of discovery malfeasance by Reed that would support such relief. For this, and other reasons as set forth below, the court should deny plaintiff's motion. First, the motion fails based on the very Rule 65 standard the plaintiffs set forth at the outset of their motion. 2. Legal STAXDARD. A temporary restraining order may be granted, without written or oral notice to the argues party or his attorney only if it dearly appears from specific facts shown by Affidavit Wyatt or by the verified complaint that immediate and irreparable injury, loss, or damage will result to the applicant before the adverse party or his attorney can be heard in opposition. Mass.
Wait, I didn't know that. You can just you don't have to block quote, you can just screenshot the opponent's motion and put the picture in? Bro, Mr. Seligson, Attorney Seligson, thank you so much for teaching me this. You have saved me so much time if I ever have to research things. I didn't know you don't have to block quote. You can just screenshot. That's the greatest thing I've ever seen. I am so grateful.
Loss, or damage will result to the applicant before the adverse party or his attorney can be heard in opposition. Mass. R. CIY. F65. MOT. Page 2. Plaintiffs have not filed an affidavit in support of this motion and their complaint in this case is unverified. The rules do not permit a temporary restraining order, or a preliminary injunction, on this record, even if plaintiffs have submitted their evidence in support of the motion in an acceptable form. There is no basis whatsoever for the court to award the drastic remedy of a restraining order in order to prevent the destruction of evidence, or preserve evidence necessary to adjudicate claims, in this case. There is nothing to suggest plaintiffs will not have access to any discoverable material they are entitled to, and thus no risk of any harm to the plaintiffs at all if the Commonwealth returns Reed's property it has held for more than 2 years, let alone irreparable harm. In fact, Reed has already produced to the plaintiffs over 800,000 pages of documents the plaintiffs requested, and has confirmed that she will be providing a supplemental response with additional documents. Although plaintiffs continue to characterize Reed's production as a document dump, MOT, page 6, plaintiffs specifically requested all documents exchanged in criminal discovery in Reed's prosecution and recently confirmed that they did, in fact, want each of those 800,000 plus pages. Reed provided those documents. Reed will soon produce supplemental documents in her own possession in accord with her written Rule 34 objections, as well as documents from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, NDAO, pursuant to her counsel's agreement with plaintiffs' counsel months ago. Without support in any verified submission by plaintiffs or their counsel, plaintiffs baselessly suggest that data from the full cell phone extractions Reed received from the NDAO should have been produced to the plaintiffs directly by now. But the agreement between counsel, evidenced by the email chain attached to plaintiff's motion as Exhibit G, provided that the NDAO would provide to Reed's counsel all such extractions, and that Reed's counsel would review them and produce non-privileged, discoverable material to plaintiffs. Reed's counsel received the NDAO's first production, which was extremely large and contained phone extractions, in mid-January. The plaintiffs received the same production, except for these extractions, and, despite their suggestion that Reed has caused further delay, they have yet to produce these documents to the other parties in the case pursuant to Rule of Civil Procedure 45. As also reflected in Plaintiff's Exhibit G, Reed will abide by the agreement her counsel reached with plaintiffs months ago as well as her standard existing discovery obligations concerning the phones and extractions in the Commonwealth's possession. And there is not a shred of evidence, let alone reliable or credible evidence, that she will not do so. Thus, there is no basis in the law or the rules, and no need, for the court to order Reed to submit any devices to full forensic examination. If a party to a civil case could obtain a temporary restraining order simply by arguing in an unverified motion that certain evidence is important, such orders would exist in almost every case. That is obviously not the applicable standard. Also, tellingly, despite its extensive citation to Aidan Kearney's publications and alleged conduct in its motion, the plaintiffs have not even requested from Reed communications with Kearney. See Reed's response to plaintiff's request for production of documents, attached as Exhibit 1. Of course, a good rule of thumb for parties looking for responsive data and documents is simply to ask for them in Rule 34 requests before racing to court 6 months later to file an emergency motion for injunctive relief. As the court can see, the only request that could be interpreted to cover the communications plaintiffs describe in their motion, number 22, is overbroad on its face. Reed objected to producing complete extractions of all of her cell phones to plaintiffs in October 2025. 4 months later, plaintiffs have still not contacted Reed's counsel to confer about narrowing this request or to challenge this objection, opting instead to burden the court and the other parties with an unnecessary, non-emergency like this. Rather than spending time drafting yet another salacious pleading meant for public consumption, plaintiffs could simply have conferred with Reed's counsel or sent a separate request for production of communications with Kearney pursuant to Rule 34, to which Reed would respond pursuant to the rules. They did not and have not. Finally, plaintiff's motion makes little sense. On one hand, the plaintiffs argue that Reed should have already produced the extraction the NDAO apparently has from the phone in question. MOT, page 6.1, but on the other hand, they claim that the return of these physical devices will somehow lead to spoliation of evidence, which would be impossible if the contents have already been extracted. In reality, it will be easier for plaintiffs to receive discoverable. 1. It is unclear why the plaintiffs believes the NDAO already has a full extraction of the phone when the Commonwealth's motion to search the phone in the criminal proceeding was denied.
Wait,
Information from these devices, if they are turned over to Reed, are part of...
who said that earlier? Who said that earlier? Was it Tripoli Bob? Tripoli Bob, you genius. Sir, Tripoli Bob, you are a genius. Tripoli Bob, they might have actually searched her phone without permission of the court. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Give a special shout out to Tripoli Bob. Tripoli Bob called it. I didn't read this document ahead of time. Tripoli Bob didn't read this document ahead of time. Ladies and gentlemen, Tripoli Bob is the most prescient man in the universe. Oh my God. You nailed it. Karen's lawyers are like, what do you mean? What do you mean that Karen should turn over an extraction that the NDAO has? They weren't allowed to do an extraction. Oh, Tripoli Bob, how did you notice that? Oh, we have some of the most intelligent Tao friends on this channel. Oh, my word. I can't wait to write this up and talk about this. We got to keep going, though. I got to listen to the motion before I write it up. You don't understand.
Information from these devices, if they are turned over to Reed, are party to this case, rather than a third party, the Commonwealth. If plaintiffs were truly concerned about access to these documents, they would want them in Reed's possession, subject to the preservation obligations incumbent upon a party to civil litigation, as opposed to a third party that is not involved in this case. But that is clearly not plaintiff's goal. For these reasons, the plaintiff's motion should be denied. Respectfully submitted, Karen Reed, by her attorneys.
Okay, great job, Aaron Rosenberg and David Seligson. So, and Charles Waters. Great job. I think this is Mr. Seligson. I can hear his speaking style. This is perfect. What a good motion. No typos. 4 pages. Right to the fucking point. And then nail them. Just nail them. Just ruin them at the fucking end. Don't hold any punches. Just fucking ruin them. Oh, that's what I like to see. That's what Towel likes to see. 10 out of 10. Excellent job. Excellent job. Don't make me read 20 fucking pages if you're fucking right. 4 pages and then fucking stake them in the heart at the end and make the point. Good job. 10 out of 10. Excellent job. Excellent job. 4 pages. Deathly. Just those lawyers slice and dice people's fucking souls. Oh my God. Mr. Dillard doesn't even understand the rules of civil procedure. He has insulted the dignity of the federal rules or the state rules of civil procedure. That's how oh man, these lawyers. You think I verbally slice and dice them, as Erica said. No. This is surgery of a kind that you would see in an army field hospital with the best of the best. It's incessant, and then it just shreds. You forget, this is the kind of thing where you're Zorro and you want to show a nice woman that you love that you're good with a sword. I don't really understand why this would make a woman interested in you. It seems a little fucking dangerous. But you go up to her and you are so fine with the sword that you can cut a Z in her dress without hurting her, and then the dress falls off. Why Zorro did that, I don't fucking know. I'm not a swordsmith or whatever the fuck it's called. But my point is, that's how refined this writing is. You must understand it from the perspective of someone who has to deal with legal bloviating all fucking day. There was no bloviating. It was just like, let me knife you. Let me stick you. I'm going to give you a little stick. Let me just bash you with this club. And then at the end it was like, wait a minute, I have a finale. Oh, that's the coup de grace. You don't exist anymore. That was great. Oh, I love it very much. I love when people don't waste my time. If you're going to make me read a court document, make it like this. Why can't all lawyers just write this way? I would be so much more efficient with my analysis. I wouldn't have to deal with bloviating and just nonsense and people who are saying a lot because they don't know how to be good at their jobs. Instead, you just keep it short and you keep it simple and you slice and dice them. You You nail them at the end, and then you just move on. That's what I like to see. You win. Motion denied. TRO denied. Mr. Seligson can have some kind of award and his firm. Good job, everybody. Mr. Dilla, not a good job. You don't get any award. Sorry, Mr. Dilla. Nicola Cox, basically, like, we're going to watch the Kelsey hearing it too, but a bunch of things have happened. First, Karen won access to 13 years of Michael Proctor's cell phone. And then, like, an hour later, the O'Keefe family tried to use a temporary restraining order in civil court to ban Karen from getting her phone back that Robert Cosgrove lost permission to search in criminal court. And then Karen's lawyer wrote a response that was just like, I'm gonna slice and dice ya. And that's what we just read. Oh, goodness. Yeah, listen, reading Seligson stuff compared to, like, Diller and Cosgrove is such a breath of fresh air. Like, it's so nice. It's so refined and right. And it actually understands, like, the document, like, reflects a cogent understanding, like, of a professor of law who would be like, this is what I expect of you in a civil procedure class, which is what I fucking thought all lawyers were supposed to do. But apparently some of them just fucking wing it. Oh yeah, like, you want to just get her? Fuck it. We'll just write some shit on the page. Who fucking cares? Doesn't really need to be right. Oh, we, like, didn't even ask for this in discovery? Fuck it. Let's just go right to an emergency TRO. Fuck it. Apparently, like, that's how some lawyers practice. Now, I'm not really, like, into that. I don't understand why you would ever do that. If you're not going to be, like, as good as a law school professor or better, what the fuck are you doing filing motions? Go be a mediator or something. Fuck if I know. Which is not to degrade mediators. It's just like, bro, what are you doing? If you don't know the rules, you're just pissing everybody off. You're going to piss the judge off. You're going to lose the motion. You're going to look dumb. What are you doing here? You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's do a poll. Will the O'Keefe emergency TRO for Karen's phones be denied? Yes. No. So will it be denied? It's an affirmative question. Will the request for the TRO be denied? All right. Now, I am going to do a video about this because this is the most absurd fucking thing I've ever fucking seen. I just love how the O'Keefe lawyers, how Karen's lawyers are like, wait a minute. Did you just inadvertently reveal the Norfolk DA accessed Karen's phone without permission? That's basically what they said. All right, let's get ready. I got to do a recording about this. Then I got to type it up. Then we got to read the Kelsey motion. Then we'll go on to that. Everybody ready? All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Everything good? All right, let me do this. Let me close that. All right, let me check over here. All right. Here we go. All right. Oh, the Tau computer's kind of struggling. All right, there we go. I'm trying to make life a little easier on it, okay? Poor Tau computer. He works really hard. All right, here we go. All right, come on. You're not really doing very much right now, Tau computer. I'd like to see you go a little bit lower in CPU usage. Oh, I know why. Because I'll show you that in a second. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. There is a lot of news going on today. Karen Reed has just won access to 13 years of Michael Proctor's cell phones. The Norfolk DA's office and its very few remaining supporters are in apoplectic meltdown mode. And to top it off and make it even better, inadvertently, in a desperate, improperly filed motion trying to stop Karen from getting her own phones back after the Norfolk DA was denied the ability to search those phones after keeping them seized for 580 plus days. Karen's lawyers have revealed in an explosive document filed minutes ago in Plymouth's Superior Court in the civil case filed by John O'Keefe's family that John O'Keefe's family lawyer, Mark Dilla, may have inadvertently revealed that the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, without consent or permission of the court and in violation of a court order, may have created a forensic extraction of Karen Reed's seized cell phones without any permission. Ladies and gentlemen, that could be a very serious revelation. Not only did Karen's lawyers Aaron Rosenberg and David Seligson point out that as the masterpiece conclusion, the masterful conclusion of their 4-page response, just eviscerating the O'Keefe family lawyer for trying to use a TRO in a civil case to prevent Karen from getting her phones back in an unrelated search warrant procedure where Karen just won on the issue of whether the search of the phone should be granted or denied. It was denied. Karen won. Karen should get the phones back now. The O'Keefes are using a civil case to try to stop it from happening. And more so than that, it turns out that Karen never asked for, the O'Keefes never asked for any of the communications in question on Karen's phone between her and Turtle Boy. And then in turn, the O'Keefe family lawyer violated all the rules of civil procedure that are relevant to this process, tried to go right for a TRO as a sanction, and in essence, skipped 17 steps to do this with no reason, no grounds, and entirely performatively. And to make it better, Diller undermined the Norfolk DA, potentially exposing the office to serious trouble by putting in a court motion, as Karen's lawyers point out, that it's possible, in fact, it's very likely, that the Norfolk DA and the state police illegally accessed Karen's phone, made a forensic copy of it, and when they returned Karen's phone to her, there's going to be data proving that they did so. My word, ladies and gentlemen, what comes next? Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing at 2 p.m. Eastern. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You can support independent journalism by going to youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis, x.com/Grant Smith Ellis. This is user-powered, user-funded public information service. You keep me alive. You can donate cash app Grant Smith Ellis, # Grant Smith Ellis, Venmo @GrantE1. You can scan the little codes down there on this ad. The International Towel Friends, paypal.me/Grant Ellis if you want to support my work. God bless you. I'll see you very soon. All right, so made a recording. Now, this is why things were a little slow, okay? I was pulling up this giant, very important map. All right, so you look at that map while I read a post right now. Okay, now you might be saying, oh, goodness. Oh, that's a post by us. All right, so you may be saying, okay, ladies and gentlemen, you may be saying, what is this? Well, this is our command center for tonight, okay? This will tell us all we need to know, all right? All right, if anything happens, this will tell us what we need to know, okay? This is a very, active kind of map, all right? It will show us a bunch of different flights. It'll show us, different, bases. It'll show us different movement. It will do it delayed. It won't show, actual troop movement. But, you can see here, we'll be able to see that, different pieces of news popping up. The BBC, the UK is withdrawn its embassy staff. You can see, and you can kind of take a look around the country and see what's going on. All right. So we're kind of looking at this. We're keeping an eye on what's going on. Amatau. And if things kind of pick up, that's where we'll kind of see it. So you can kind of keep an eye on that while I work on my post. That's what you call a sit room or a comm center. So, my computer, it does okay, but that's a lot of data. You're looking at probably all the world's feeds in one. It's every social media feed, all of them at once. All right, so let me make a post here. And you're saying, Grant, how do you do that? Well, it's not really me. It's more like a server. You have to kind of know what you're trying to look at. And it's I don't need to be reloading my fucking social media every 10 minutes. This shit will just do it for me. It will tell me what I need to know, and it will contextualize it by region. And then I just pop in. I told you, I keep an eye on the world, Yeah, it's kind of like a sit room. Sit rep. Not like a situation room. This is what you would see if you were kind of keeping an eye on the world go by your window, but on a very intense level. New. Karen Reed's attorneys have revealed in a bombshell new civil filing that the Norfolk District Attorney Office may have accessed and extracted Karen's phones without permission and in violation of an existing court order. This was revealed by the O'Keefe family lawyer. That's so wild. You don't, like a situation room. Third time's the charm, my dear friend. Sorry about that. I don't know how I muted the mic. When did that happen? What was I playing? I wasn't even playing anything. I don't know why I muted the mic. Maybe I leaned over to mute it and click it twice. Maybe I meant to play something for you. I don't really know what happened. I know. Thank you, Lynn. It's back. It is back. Thanks, Lynn. It's back. I don't know how that happened. I think I leaned over to upload, to play a video, and then I muted the mic. I don't know. The point is, I am back, and my plan is to upload this video. Then we're going to listen to the motion about Kelsey's hearing. There's going to be a hearing in Kelsey's case about the motion we're about to read. It's only 7 pages, and then after that, we're going to watch the hearing. Yeah, I might have to close that sit room thing. It takes up a lot of resources. A lot. You don't understand. There we go. Alright, so I closed that one. That should make it go a little faster. You'd be surprised, when you're bringing in that much data, it can do it. My computer's pretty old. It can do it, but you're literally pulling in a real-time feed of everything everywhere. All into your browser at once. Which, my computer was kind of able to do it, but it got really mad. Yeah, so the problem with problem with a lot of those services is most of the stuff you pull in on most of the stuff you pull into your browser, like an X feed or something, it's not really that much data comparatively. But if you try to pull in a real-time feed of everything, in different regions of the world that is important at the same time, it's probably like watching 50 YouTube videos at once. So it pushed my computer to its limit. I turned it off after 5 minutes. I was getting frustrated too. But it's really cool. It's a very useful service. It's just not something we need to be running while doing a stream, because it's probably one of the most intense websites you can run on your computer. Notice how once it's out of the cache, once I shut it down, it takes 20 seconds to actually get out of my browser's cache. Then it works. But yeah, it's a lot of data. Alright, so we have a PDF to listen to. Before we can listen to that, I have to post this. Okay, then we'll go back over here. We're not doing sidebahs. I know a lot of you are like, Grant, those are sidebahs. I'm excited. No, we are not doing sidebahs right now. We are doing what I believe should be the combined Kelsey document. This should be it. Yes, indeed it is. All right. So this is what Kelsey's about to argue in court. All right. All right. So the 2 p.m. Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing. If that's what you're interested in learning about and watching, that's what we're going to do. All right. So let me see if I can convert this into text. Give me one task, if you would be so kind. All right. But yes, 10 minutes. All right. 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes. If anyone has a link to this hearing that you want me to cover from, if anyone has a pool feed they like over another one, it's fine. I'll get like the NBC 10 or Law Girls, whoever has the best pool feed, I will take. They actually have an obligation, they're the pool feed, to share it, which we all do with each other. Like you go in there and you register as media, what you're really doing is basically agreeing to be the pool. Like you're saying to the court, I will put this out there, like I will represent either like the streaming media, the digital media, or the regular media, the streaming media, or the print media, like the photographer. And I will give this like as a pool to all the people who can't be here. Like that's what you're signing up to do. I don't think a lot of people understand what they're signing up for. I think they just think it's like press access to the courts, which it is. I mean, don't get me wrong, but that's not like the point. The point is you are the pool for that like group of media. Like you have to pool it. They only allow one for a reason of each. All right, here's the Kelsey motion. I'll have it read aloud for you.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Essex, SS. Superior Court Department. Docket 0-2577-CR0031L. Commonwealth. V. Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Defendants re-FEWEDMOTIO for bail determination under Section 57 and/or 87 of Chapter 276. Now comes the defendant Kelsey Fitzsimmons, by and through undersigned counsel, and hereby respectfully requests that the court admit her to bail under Section 57 or under agreed terms pursuant to Section 87 of the bail framework of Chapter 276. As grounds, Ms. Fitzsimmons respectfully states that her original bail determination was generated under highly questionable circumstances, including the use by the Commonwealth of an expunged criminal matter, and other circumstances, resulting in 58A bail release conditions fairly described as medieval. Imposed only after 103 days of incarceration. See allegations in Document 51, Motion to recuse Judge Kathleen McCarthy Naiman and request for evidentiary hearing, previously filed and incorporated herein by reference. As a result of the bail conditions, Ms. Fitzsimmons cannot drive on her own, must have her mother, who works full-time, drive her everywhere as her custodian. Must give 48 hours notice for legal and medical appointments and must be on 24/7 lockdown otherwise. She wears a GPS bracelet and blows into an alcohol device. There is a superior court order that she cannot independently seek custody or visitation of her child in probate and family court, although her baby, 4 months old at the time of the incident, has nothing to do with the charge or her getting shot. The ongoing custody case in that stalled by the orders of the prior judge in this court. These terms are beyond extraordinary for this case. The sentencing guidelines call for probation for this one assault D.W. charge. There are no grounds for these onerous pretrial restrictions on her liberty. Ms. Fitzsimmons asks for a fair bail determination allowing her to live in her own home, drive herself around at liberty from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., put exclusion zones in place 1 square mile from the alleged victim's home and work accepting highways. Exclusion zoo 1 square mile from father's residence in Stowe, Mar accepting highways, and either abandon the alcohol restrictions, which are completely unwarranted, or allow her to submit to random URI J1S. She will assent to these terms at present under Section 87 of the bail statute, so she may properly prepare for trial. Kelsey Fitzsimmons 1. Ms. Fitzsimmons is a lifelong North Shore resident with indelible roots in the community from her upbringing, family, friends, job, and education. She went through the Methuen public school system from kindergarten to senior year in high school. Once she graduated high school, she continued her education at Fisher College IJ1 Boston, majoring in criminal justice. She chose criminal justice with the goal of becoming a police officer, a career that was a lifelong calling for her. While studying criminal justice, she became the president of the Criminal Justice Club, where she was responsible for hosting many events on campus that pertained to important topics related to criminal justice such as domestic violence, suicide awareness, fire safety, etc. She was inducted into the Criminal Justice Honors Society. This Sec 1 ion is reproduced from Ms. Fitzsimmons' prior bail motion. Ms. Fitzsimmons held a position at 2 different jobs that pertained to her RNAJOR. Through Fisher Co-Yuga Campus Police, she held a work-study position as a dorm proctor where she was responsible for checking the IDs of everyone who entered the dorm building, and ensuring that all students were following the dorm rules and regulations. She also obtained a job working security at Fenway Park. As security at Fenway, she interacted with fans and guests, had to be observant and proactive for any disruptive behavior occurring during games or concerts, and also screened and searched fans before they entered the park. Kelsey graduated college in May of 2020, during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, her career plans were delayed as there were no police academies run during this time. She decided to continue her education and go to law school, and took root classes while working as a paralegal during the day. After completing her first year of law school, she realized it was not her passion. She then applied to the Essex County Sheriff's Department, completed the academy, and was employed as a corrections officer there for 2 years. In Kelsey's own words, "Working as a corrections officer taught me a lot and was a great stepping stone, but I knew my end goal was to be a police officer. I applied to the North Andover Police Department, went through the hiring process, and was accepted into the Polshay Academy. I successfully completed the police academy while holding the position as treasurer of the academy. I then was sworn into the North Andover Police Department and successfully completed my REQWRED hours of field training. After a lot of hard work, and a lot of years of gaining experience to get where one wanted to be, Elle finally had my dream job of being a police officer. Elle knew that there was no other job that would fulfill me like this one. Ms. Fitzsimmons has dedicated her life to 2 things, her law enforcement career and one day her baby. She has never banned or threatened to harm her baby. Like countless new mothers, she had suffered from a transient bout of postpartum depression. She has been found by an expert clinician to be not dangerous and deserving of reunification immediately with her child. See report and CV of Dr. Paul Zeisel, filed herewith as Exhibit 7. See also report of MGH Dr. Nisevich, Exhibit 8. Incorporated herein by reference. See prior bail motion for Exhibit, as of the day of this incident. She was cleared to return to work as a police officer. Her license to carry was restored. She's scheduled to be returning to work on July 4, 2025. That day, her significant other and baby's father betrayed her with lies and false allegations designed to take her baby from her and extract himself, in the worst faith and cowardly fashion imaginable, from their relationship. He told her to meet him at a local park and instead stood her and the baby up, and instead went and got an ex-parte restraining order with an affidavit full of shocking lies. 2 Kelsey went home. And 3 male North Andover colleague police officers came to the house serving the order, taking the baby, her future marriage, and her career with them all at once, in the space of minutes, without ever being beard or able to defend herself. She never pointed a gun at any officer. Unfortunately, the department's decision to avoid body cameras leaves the case as we said she said exercise and seriously affects the strength of the Commonwealth's case, a highly relevant factor in the bail determination. Kelsey was shot in her chest and has been hospitalized, fighting for her life, since June 30, 2025. After the instant shooting endangering her life and resulting in the charges against her, Ms. Fitzsimmons has gone on record adamantly denying the allegation that she pointed a gun at a colleague and fellow law enforcement officer. See statement of Kelsey Fitzsimmons, attached as exhibit here too. She is, and is presumed, innocent. See GL 276 Sec 58A, 6, nothing in this. 2. In no free society should a person be able to go to a court, fill out a Form 1, and send the police to a new mother's born and take a baby away from her without any opportunity to be EDRD. If there are allegations of imminent bodily harm, that is a matter for police and 911, not the court system listening to one side of an issue from a private party with their own agenda and ulterior motives, seeking a leg up on future custody matters. Use of the statute in such a manner shocks the conscience and is beyond all norms in a nation of ordered liberty. It is time for SJC or legislative reform of this abuse of Chapter 209A. Section shall be construed as modifying or limiting the presumption of innocence. She is also entitled to the presumption of personal recognizance. These immutable principles come together in this case to compel on JY1 result, release on personal recognizance with a stay-away order. The court retains inherent authority to revisit conditions of release when justice so requires, particularly where the prior LOING was tainted by legal error or reliance on inadmissible...
I have it. We're just going to take the pool feed from Attorney Little. It's about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Attorney Little for the pool feed. There's no sound yet.
Can I ask as a preliminary matter, if Ms. Kelsey might be permitted to join us? Ms. Fitzsimmons might be permitted to join us at the consultation.
No, I only do that for a change of plea. Dawn, I love you with all my heart, but this is a hearing from 3 months ago that you just sent me. So
Oh, wrong hearing. Wrong hearing. Oh, wait a minute. Now we actually need the live hearing. Oh, dear God. All right, hold on. Wrong hearing. Wrong hearing. Wrong hearing. We need the pool for today, folks. That's all right. We'll figure it out. I have like 1 minute. All right, so they are not live yet on Justice Served. All right, and I'll check Law Girls too because I think they're heading up there. Everybody hold. That's okay. Listen, everybody hold. Sometimes that stuff happens. Everybody's trying to be helpful. You think you have the right here and you do not. All right, so I don't have a live stream from there. All right, so I'm hearing NBC 10 might have it, but that just might have been a misunderstanding based on what was going on. So I'm looking for, yeah, I have Justice Served up. Okay, so you can see they have not started yet. All right, I'll throw this up for you. Justice Served has not started. All right, so if they are pooling, that's great. I'm grateful to them, but they have not started. All right, so if this Kelsey hearing starts, we are going to know. Thank you very much to Written Dreams for letting me know. I am monitoring all the different potential links, and then I also am going to keep an eye on. Hold on 1 second. Let me check. I'm checking all the different social media feeds. Yep, it's not NBC 10, folks. It is not NBC 10. I have confirmed. That was just a misunderstanding. All right, that was just a misunderstanding. Everybody relax. And I'm going to try to make this a little more efficient. All right. All right. All right, that should be a little more efficient. Okay. All right. So this is the pool. Okay, this, as far as I'm aware, this is the Kelsey Fitzsimmons pool. There is no one else who is live. It is not NBC 10. Here we go. They're going live. All right. I'm not going to take this until I actually see the full pool feed from court. But Justice Served is apparently live. All right. You are with Tao. I am a Tao. Now, Justice Served, I believe, is the pool today. So thank you very much to Justice Served. Go give them a subscription. Give them a like. You can thank them for their wonderful work. So go ahead and give Justice Served a subscribe if they do end up pooling. We don't know who is pooling, ladies and gentlemen. I need to be very clear. I mean, it's kind of like a race right now to figure out who exactly is pooling. We don't know who is pooling. This is kind of an adventure and a half. You don't understand. All of us are just kind of like rushing around like as fast as we can to find out who's the pool. There is an obligation when you go do this. I think some people understand, other people don't understand. The point of Rule 119 is you sign up, they check to make sure you actually are like doing the work you say you're doing. And then like when you go to court, you are signing up to be the pool for all your colleagues. Like you're going to court and saying, okay, I am willing to stand there with a camera and film like live video and then send it out for all my colleagues and the public. Like that's literally the like role of the person who goes to court. Sometimes the judge will be like, oh, screw it. A few of you can do it. I don't care. But generally the rule is like, you have to pool. Like like you're saying to the court, I take on the duty of pooling for all the channels. So if you do it, you really got to know how to do it. Like you got to like be there, you got to be set up, you got to be ready. It's like the cameramen all know each other. Everybody knows each other. It's a very small pool in Massachusetts. So if you're there, dude, like there's a hierarchy. Like some people are like, okay, we're going to pool. And then you can't just be like, I'm going to not do that. No, dude, they will override you and they'll make you let them pool because they're like a multi-million-dollar station. A lot of hearings, like you can build cred. So if you go to like every single hearing, the clerk is probably just going to be like, fine, they can pool, but you can do your shit because like you've covered this case. Judges know too. Like, yeah, he's been here for like 4 years. Give him like still like just let them like work it out. Don't like the people who parachute in will get preference because they're multi-million-dollar stations, but like let the local journalists do their thing. But you can't just like show up and be like, no, I'm going to be the camera. Like, no, you have to know the diplomacy of it. Three Clerk Monty's like, fine, if it must be that way. Here's the rule. So as far as I understand, this is the pool. Like Michael Bryant knows what he's doing. And they are expected to be the pool. If anyone sees anyone else go live, because they like superseded him as the pool, fine, we'll take that. But like as far as I'm aware, he's the pool. Notice there's no. Good job, Nunya. Good job, Nunya. You be our anti-Jathan force. All right. All right. Now I'm gonna keep monitoring. All right. Like we have multiple people on this. Okay, but it's not as easy as you think. Like. You have to physically send people there. They have to do this whole like convoluted process. Then like you might get a stream. Now, Law Girls Not Attorneys normally like goes up there, and like her and her mom, like her mom's like her chaperone, and they're smart. Like they talk the clerk into letting them like stream, but she's not live. And like I would know she's live because I see it right here. And they don't normally go live on like Little Law Girls. They go live on like the main account. So like, no, I do think more people should follow Little Law Girl. I didn't know she only has 88 followers. She needs way more than that, bro. No wonder why these people look at me and they're like, "Oh my God, he's a titan." I didn't know. I thought she had like thousands. We got to get Little Law Girls more followers here. Follow Little Law Girl and her mom. Okay, you can follow Little Law Girl, and then her mom is this one. Well, I guess they both run the Law Girls account. Her mom was so proud when she got a photo with Karen. Okay, so Christina Rex is there. All right, so let's check Channel 4. Remember, we are looking for anyone. I don't care if it's Channel 4, Channel 10, Channel 25, whoever has the Kelsey Fitzsimmons pool. Like, it might be Michael Bryan and Justice Serve TV. It could be someone else entirely. I don't know. We're looking for anyone that has the pool. Literally anyone. We'll take anything. Like, I don't think we're just going to get the pool, though. I'm telling you, I don't think we're just going to get it. I think there's only going to be one person allowed to pool. And they're in Lawrence today, too, remember? So, like, the court isn't used to this shit. This is the first time they're in Lawrence. So yes, there is a pool. Okay, there's like an actual pool feed, and it seems to be that it's going to be Justice Served. The pool feed is like what all the stations are going to want. They have to like broadcast through one camera. If it's NBC 10, we'll take it. If it's Fox, we'll take it. It's either going to be Justice Served, Law Girls, or Fox, but it is Lawrence Court. So remember. Like, it's very, very different when you're going to a new court. They've done all these hearings before in, I don't fucking remember what it was. It was not Lawrence. There's a new judge on this now, too. So, like, there's all this procedural stuff that's probably going on. I would guess it's a little bit chaotic, but the point is... All right, here we go. Wait, is this it? It is Law Girls. Okay, so it looks like Law Girls Not Attorneys has the pool feed. I told you. It is on their YouTube. Law Girls Not Attorneys YouTube. I told you, folks. I told you. You just got to be attentive. And there is a rule. Like, where is your YouTube channel? Okay, we have to go to Law Girls Not Attorneys due process on YouTube. All right, you ready for this? We have the hearing. Okay, I think I got it. All right, so, and again, I'm telling you, like, Little Law Girls does not mess around. I told you, she's a beast. She is just a beast when it comes to this kind of thing. Like, she will get that pool feed. Even with me, she shows a lot of deference. They both do, but they will get that pool feed, bro. Okay, it's about to start. We have the pool feed. Ladies and gentlemen, Little Law Girls has come through. Give them a subscribe, will you? Love it. Thank you for the pool feed.
Sounds, please, refrain from those.
All right. Gotta love it. I am thrilled. This is the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing. We have a pool feed. I repeat, we have a pool feed. Pool feed's very important, my dear bunny. This is about Kelsey. It turns out her home was broken into by her ex-partner. There are bandits on the loose in Essex County. It's horrible. They literally invaded her home. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing, live as live can be. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to shrink down here. We have the pool feed thanks to Law Girls Not Attorney. Make sure you give them both a subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. Please do give them a subscribe. All right, Law Girls Not Attorneys with the pool feed today. Now, as you know, there's requirements for the pool feed, and one of the requirements is you have to really put in the work. You have to go down there. You have to be willing to put in the work, and Law Girls Not Attorneys put in the work, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I will annotate this hearing for you. We just listened to the motion. It's going to be a oral arguments about change of bail conditions. It's the first time Kelsey's going to be in front of a judge that does not hate her. So this is going to be very interesting. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you again to Law Girls Not Attorney. But it's my pleasure for being able to tell you about the context. Now, Kelsey's home, as the news revealed yesterday, this hearing is all the rage right now in the news because Kelsey's home was burglarized by a roving group of 4 bandits, and according to Justice Serve TV, 3 of them are firefighters. One works in Haverhill, one works in North Andover. Ladies and gentlemen, a roving band of bandits broke into Kelsey's home. You don't understand. They broke into her home and they were never charged. She was shot and almost died. Her baby was ripped from her arms in the dead of night. Her new baby ripped from her arms, and then the mother almost shot dead by police officers during service of a ridiculous ex parte order. And then Kelsey, while she's in jail after having her baby ripped away and her life almost taken, her home is burglarized by her ex-partner and a roving band of firemen who go around breaking into homes. They stole evidence that would have helped Kelsey in her custody case. Kelsey is still banned from seeing her baby. You don't understand. They put her on the most outrageous bail conditions. While she was in jail after being shot, her husband broke into her home, as I mentioned, stole evidence, stole her computer, brought it to his parents' home, logged into it, stole $5,000 allegedly, went into her medical records, deleted her bank accounts. Ladies and gentlemen, he was never charged. Oh, it is an outrage. It's a travesty. It is a sham and a mockery. It is a travesty mockery. There is a roving group of bandits in Essex County that work as firemen that have not been arrested. And this is the hearing. Well, this is more a hearing about changing Kelsey's ridiculous bail conditions. But there is a roving group of felonious bandits on the loose in Essex County. You don't understand. You don't understand. Maybe you do understand. But my point is we can't be having roving bands of bandits around Norfolk County. Hank Brennan is there? What is Hank Brennan doing there? Hank Brennan, get out. What are you doing, Mr. Brennan? Get out of there, Mr. Brennan. He must be there on some other case. Mr. Brennan! What are you doing there? No, you don't understand. They actually broke into Kelsey's home, though. I should show you this video. It's absolutely outrageous. You can't be breaking into people's homes. All right, while we're waiting for this to start, let me show you how they broke into Kelsey's home. All right, the hearing has not started yet. You'll hear the audio start. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Look at this. Fellas, I'm a journalist. Look at this. I'm petitioning. Look at them break into her home. Still really? My God. Watch this. Oh my God! Bad. All right. How bad is this going to get? Here's the break-in. Oh my God! Oh my God! Why are these men free? Oh! Who are they? We must have them arrested. I demand my government have these people arrested. I am petitioning my government to have these men arrested. These aren't mystery men. They're just flagrant. I want them arrested. Government, I'm petitioning you for redress. I have grievances, government. I want the robbers arrested, all 4 of them. I want them all. I want them in jail. And then I want the man who took the computer and his parents in jail. Federal jail. You don't understand. I will get vengeance for this woman. I don't even know Kelsey. I don't know her family. I'm just really mad. I demand that those men be arrested immediately. So basically, they robbed her home. You know what I'm saying? I have proof. There's a roving band of bandits out there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God, help us all. It is outrageous. Are you upset about the roving band of bandits in Essex County, Massachusetts? Yes, I am outraged. No, I love commies. How dare you admit you love the commies? Go to China if you love the damn commies. They're communists. You can be like that Air Force man, the traitor who taught the commies how to fly planes. I am so upset. They're firefighters, Bunny. I am outraged. Who knows who was outside watching? This is an outrage. I demand that the roving band of bandits be located and arrested at this very moment. Take him into custody at the courthouse. If you're just tuning in, we're watching the big Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing. Every news station, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, Channel 10, and Channel 4, and Channel 7, Boston 25, everyone wants to watch this hearing. And who has the pool feed? Little Law Girls. I told you she's the up-and-comer. Ladies and gentlemen, her and her mom, her little chaperone mom, she is the phenom. Little Law Girls is the hero today. We would not have had a pool feed this glorious if not for Little Law Girls. You don't understand. All of the media got showed up by a 16-year-old phenom of an inspiring journalist. Now, people have been saying we have to compliment the younger generation and inspire them to greatness. So you go out there and you thank our Little Law Girls today. Now listen, how about this? Let's follow her on Twitter. She's in there just showing up the entire media. We have to follow her on Twitter. You don't understand. Okay, so everybody go follow the Little Law Girl on Twitter. All right, she's in there. She has shown what it is to be a true journalist. I welcomed her to the vocation last week. Okay, it's wonderful that her mom chaperones her. You don't understand. Let me just show you our camera woman. She got a very nice selfie with Karen Reed. She really loves Karen. And you'll hear the court feed go live. We won't miss anything. But let me just show you. This is our camera woman today. Give a big shout out to Little Law Girls. She's the woman who Karen gives a hug to right here. Okay? You know what I'm saying. That's Little Law Girls. Right there. Giving Karen a hug. Okay, that is our camera woman. You should give her a follow. Everyone, give a shout out to Little Law Girls. She's the one that Karen's giving a nice big hug to. You know what I'm saying? Oh, isn't that just adorable, Karen giving Little Law Girls? See, she's giving her a big hug. You got it. Little Law Girls almost cried. She's like, oh my God, Karen gave me a hug. And I was like, yeah, Karen gave you a hug. So anyway, you want to go follow Little Law Girls. Now, let me see how high quality she broadcasting. 720, that's a pretty much normal for a courtroom Wi-Fi connection. I told her to get a hotspot. She might do it. So you go ahead, you go to x.com/@the_little/law girl. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get people to follow this girl. You don't understand. Please go follow her. She is a phenom. We need to encourage the next generation. Okay? Just give her a follow. Okay, here we go.
Session, may be seated. Good afternoon, Your Honor. February 27th, 2026, 2 p.m. call of the list. Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR. 311. The Honorable Justice Jeff Carr presiding. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Jake. Hello, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle on behalf of Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Martha Coakley, also for the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You folks can have a seat.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on for a scheduling conference, and a couple things. Assistant Chief Cruz here somewhere? No. Okay.
Okay. I just want to make sure that folks in the audience and also the phone line is open.
Yeah.
Okay. That folks in the audience and on the phone line just understand that there should be no recording, video or audio images other than our media, registered media participants' things. Now, if I have it correct, there's the final trial conference on March 12, 9:30. Is that right?
Yep.
And the trial is scheduled for March 23. Is that right? Do you, Russell, how long do you think the trial will be?
Well, I haven't received any witness lists or anything like that. That's like 2 days, maybe.
Okay. So let me.
I agree with that.
Okay. Let me do this. Let me tell you what I have for an agenda, and then you folks can, which is pretty straightforward, and then you folks can tell me what else we need to go over. So we have the schedule set. We'll have to decide whether there needs to be any other interim hearings. I wanted to talk about deadlines for the very things, trial motions, witness lists, what proposed voir dire questions, etc. And wanted to get a sense of just kind of an overview, very brief summary, if there's any anticipated significant legal or evidentiary issues that you folks anticipate, because that may dovetail with our schedule as well. And whether there's any discovery related issues. I know there's a motion filed by each side that's discovery related, if I remember correctly, we can address those. And also something to get out ahead of time, to get out in front of that we can discuss as part of our deadlines, and that is whether there should be some kind of media related or spectator related order, just so there's some procedure in place for any expected issues related to that. And that's my agenda. I don't know if you folks had other things that you were anticipating or wanted to raise. No, did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered it.
I do have a few things.
Sure.
So we have a long list of things that we consider to be outstanding discovery. So I think we have a Rule 14 issue, and council and I have been going back and forth on it, but I don't think that there's been enough digging, frankly, about some of the stuff we're looking for.
All right, so I'll tell you what. So that will be part of our discovery agenda.
Okay.
All right, we'll do that. I'm not cutting you off. I'm just
No, I
trying
appreciate it.
to get an idea of what lays ahead. But yes, I do want to get out in front of the anticipated discovery issues, including the motions that were filed.
Sure. And Judge, on that bail motion, I certainly want to give the Commonwealth time to look at it and react, etc. The bail motion that I requested?
I saw something, I have not read it. I don't know if Mr. Gubitosi shared. I had a charge conference this morning in a trial that's been before me for 5 weeks, going to the jury on Monday, and I just haven't had time.
Sure, I
So
understand.
if there was something filed this morning, I didn't see it.
Sure.
We can talk about that. You said it's bill related?
It is, Judge. It just whenever you're ready to address it, but there's just some pressing aspects of her terms of release that are really hindering our trial prep.
Okay, well, I think, so I have, I'll tell you this, I have read the materials that are in the file. I don't know anything else about the case other than what's in the file.
Mm-hmm.
But my memory is that, wasn't there a 5880 order?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so if there's any changes that need to be made to that order, I believe the law requires it to go before the judge that imposes the conditions. Is the defendant out on conditions of release?
She is, Your Honor. That's correct.
Okay. So, yeah,
So that's going to trigger a recusal hearing, Your Honor. We have a request for an evidentiary hearing that Judge Ricciuti, the Chief Justice of the Superior Court, took over, and he ruled that my motion to recuse the prior judge was moot because she was not going to, essentially, because she was not going to be around in the session. So this is a...
Let me first get to this that you're talking about.
Sure.
So this is paper 54, defendant's renewed motion for bail determination under section 57, 87, or 276. So when you say...
So we're asking for a revised bail determination. That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And,
in other words, a change in the conditions of release or something?
yes, that's correct. The document 51 in the docket, Your Honor, is our just filed. The prior substantive motion we filed was a motion to recuse Judge McCarthy-Nyman from the case.
Okay. So let me first see if there's even an issue. So,
sure.
Mr. Kulikowski, presumably have seen this motion?
Yes, I got it late this morning.
All right. Leaving aside whether today is the appropriate time for it to be heard or not, what is the Commonwealth's position? Should it be heard by Judge McCarthy?
Well, yes. At the end of the day, there was a number of hearings in front of Judge McCarthy. The defendant appealed her decision to the SJC. The SJC denied the appeal, saying she did not abuse her discretion. That's where it stands now. Defense counsel did file a motion to recuse Judge McCarthy. As counsel said, I can't remember the name of the judge.
Ricciuti.
Yes, deemed it moot because he asked her to get off the case. Not anything else, just to get off the case. That's what the defense counsel was asking for. Because she wasn't in the trial session, she wasn't in the trial judge, so none of that was acted upon. And so, but there's been an extensive history that the judge has dealt with. And frankly, I don't see a change in circumstances.
Well, yeah.
I would point to document 51 for a change in circumstances, Your Honor, about the true nature of what's been going on in this case.
Okay, so let me say this. I like to have practical results and be pragmatic as pragmatic as the rules of the law allow me to. So I don't know, is it something that you would object to me hearing or something? If I have the legal authority, if you folks agree that I have the legal authority to weigh in on it, I don't know that today would be the appropriate day to do it or not, but we can talk about that.
I appreciate you being open to that, Judge, and I can narrow it, in terms of what I want to impose a little bit on the court and on counsel today to deal with is, some of these terms are duplicative and they're just bureaucratic. They're just onerous. And, 48 hours notice to make an appointment to come to my office. I don't know when I'm going to be in my office within 48 hours, and I need to have Ms. Fitzsimmons more when I need her to prep. And so the idea of giving 48 hours notice to probation, to leave house arrest, to come to my office in Boston is just extremely onerous.
Is that I can hear?
Yes.
And I should hear.
You should. Well, our position is that she should be recused. We're more than willing, ready, willing, and able, and happy to have an evidentiary hearing on it. I don't think the Superior Court wants that on her recusal. And we think that the entire framework of this case has been an absolute circus from the beginning. And I'm glad you're here, frankly. And I have a pending motion to recuse. Not pending, but I filed a motion to recuse, Judge. And I am very unhappy with the way this thing has unfolded since arraignment. And we have moved to recuse. Judge Ricciuti, I think wisely, has made it a non-issue. And I want to forge ahead with Your Honor. And I want to go ahead with the case on all aspects with Your Honor. And I don't think it's in the Superior Court's best interest. I don't think it's in Kelsey's best interest. I don't think it's in anybody's best interest to kick this back to where it just came out of. And I just want to ask for a few things today. And I know that, the court can say no, you got to wait. the Commonwealth can say, no, you gotta wait, but I think these things are not unreasonable. I just want to get rid of the 48-hour notice. I want her to be able to come to my office, get in a car and drive there on her own, like a grown-up. Her mom is the custodian of Miss Fitzsimmons. Her mom works full-time. This has been an incredible hardship on her. She's got to drive her to my office and sit around for 3 hours. It's really unfair.
Let's do this. Before we end today, we will address whether I will address it or not. And the reason why is because I like to read it. When attorneys take the time, either side, take the time to write something in file, I like to read it. And I haven't read it, and
I appreciate it.
I completely at a loss without knowing. So we'll need probation up here if we get to that point. But maybe not. We'll circle back. I don't want to start on something that. Let's just start looking forward instead of back.
I love the idea, Your Honor.
We'll do that. So in any event, all right. So let's talk about legal and evidentiary issues, and just in the sense of deadlines. What I would like is a joint witness list, and you know what, actually, I'd like a joint witness list because what I intend to do is treat this case like any other criminal case I decide over, and that is there will be individual voir dire, there will be attorney conducted voir dire, and there will be a questionnaire. That's kind of my standard procedure. You try to case something that I know your staff has. So.
I have.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
Oh.
I guess
you must have done such a good job that I don't remember. But in any event, so that's where we're going, so the reason why I bring that up is because one of the questions that will be on that case-specific juror questionnaire will be, do you know any of these potential witnesses? And what I like to do is just attach some Word document or something that has both of your witness lists, both of your witnesses on, both sides' witnesses on there. Also, on there we should list, the way it will be phrased is it will be potential witnesses and anyone possibly associated with the case. So if there's names of folks that their names may be prominent during the trial, some business may be prominent, I have no idea. Things of that nature should be just, the mechanism to do that is to put them on this, potential witnesses so that folks can flag it in their answer to the questionnaire. So that's, and then also, frankly, I need to see a witness sooner than later to make sure that I don't have any conflicts as well. And while I'm thinking of it, I will say this, it's not a conflict in my view, but I will raise, I did see in the file, I thought, report from Dr. Zeisel, and I was not on the defense side, but I said,
Yes, Your Honor, we have him.
The name didn't sound familiar.
No, okay. So I don't know if he's going to be a trial witness or not, but I will tell you folks, Mr. Kelsey may know this, I don't know. I used him a lot when I was a defense attorney. I've been on the bench 8.5 years, and I don't know if he's testified before me. I did keep in touch with him professionally for the first, felt like the first year or two I was on the bench, just because I still had cases, there were still cases pending that I had been counsel on, so I don't believe I've spoken to him in 7 years or something, but I did want to disclose that. Again, I don't see a conflict at all, but you folks can think about it. And, do you expect that he'd be a witness?
So, Judge, we're sort of on the fence about it, actually. That's the number one area that we're on the fence about. But if you don't have a problem with it, we certainly don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I don't, but folks will So on the legal evidence, you know, what motions, like what unusual file motions should I expect?
I don't think there are really any unusual ones, like bad motions, things like that. There's nothing unusual from the Commonwealth side. With the caveat that I don't know who their witnesses are or whether they're calling us an expert. And that's one of the things I think we need to address today. So.
That is a good point. So, because if there's going to be a mental health offense, so I want to keep this case on target for March 23 because.
Agreed.
From my perspective, and I'm sure everyone agrees, if it's not March 23, then that's to the extent that the case is assigned to me, and I don't know if that's been formally done or not done, then I'll be off to a civil session for 3 months, and we'll be waiting. So we've cleared the deck, so to speak, for March 23. So I'd like to make sure that we're on target to do that. But things like mental health defense could slow things up if the Commonwealth wants to hire their own expert, et cetera. So.
I understand, Your Honor. So I think the Commonwealth has Rule 14 problems, though. You know, they've got to comply under Rule 14 before we have to do anything. And you know, I have a list of, you know, and I know the Commonwealth's been trying to kind of work with me, you know, without bothering the court, which is always the best way to go on these things. And you know, we're sort of getting there, but it's going very slow. And I have a list of about 8 things here that, you know, make their certificate of final discovery compliance really not accurate. So
can I ask, I thought I did see, Mr. Kubatosi, from your perspective, is it the Commonwealth's position that you folks have complied, or are there still outstanding discovery issues?
I think the only outstanding discovery issue, and I did reply to the defendant's request for his 8 items the other day. I hope he got my reply. It is the ones that we're going to talk about this afternoon. So, other than that, there's maybe an issue with I provide him with a link to something. But other than that.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll put it on the agenda. Let's get right to it. What
Sure.
are the discovery issues?
So, Judge, today,
And could you say that there was a certificate of the final file possession?
the last date, Judge, right? And you know,
You know, Mr. Boyd, here, was it 50? Just get that out. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Boyd.
thank you, Your Honor. So, Judge, today, the Commonwealth is giving me a surveillance system that was taken out of the house. So I appreciate that. We've been looking for that. There's some video. So there was the actual. They took the actual system, right, and we need it for some other cases as well. And we've gotten that taken care of today. The Commonwealth's going to give me that system today. Expert notice. Okay, so under Rule 14, you know, I don't think we have the proper expert notice in terms of the CV and who's testifying as an expert and what's the opinion going to be. I don't know if, you know, I don't know that I have everything or on that. And I'll elaborate on that a little bit as well.
Yeah, well, let's just take them one at a time.
Sure.
So, what kind of experts would there be unless there was a mental health defense? Did you talk about ballistics?
Yes, it's ballistics.
Right.
I turned over the CV to defense counsel. It's on Axon. He has the report of the ballistician who analyzed 3 guns and says that 1 gun matches the shell casings that were found on the scene. Other than that, I don't see any other.
But this isn't, the defendant's not charged with a firearm offense, right? It's AEW.
So here's where I'm going with this, Judge. We're sort of talking about 2 separate things. The Commonwealth has given us a 7-page report, and the report concerns the guns that the responding officers had. It lists 3 Glocks, and they're all their service weapons of the responding officers. So that's great. I'm not interested. It doesn't.
That's incorrect. And the defendant, I sent an email to him, February 6th, because we had talked about this. I hate to interrupt, but he's just wasting his time tonight.
Yeah, go ahead. I'd like to hear it. Go ahead.
And in the email, I talked about which gun was which gun. There was 2 officers who were on the scene. one shooter, one Officer Newman who discharged his firearm, another officer who did not discharge his firearm, and the gun that the defendant is alleged to have. Yes, who is alleged to have used. And that was her service weapon. And I detailed that to the defense counsel. And so the analysis that was done on the gun that was involved in the shooting. And so that's all.
So this would have been, what was your officer's name?
Newman.
Newman? This would have been Officer Newman's service weapon.
Yes, and so I had sent an email because we had been talking about that on February 6th concerning that exact issue to clarify the defense counsel.
So I appreciate counsel interjecting with that. And if it's, I'll go back and look at it, but I read it to be the 3 officers that were at the scene and that their guns were taken pursuant to protocol. But if the Commonwealth is saying that that's the gun that was used, then that's fine. And I'm satisfied with that. I didn't read it that way, but if that's how the Commonwealth has it, I'll go back and look at it, and that's fine. So that's we can tick that one off the list. Body-worn cameras, Your Honor. There were an officer visited Ms. Fitzsimmons early on when she was at Mass General Hospital. She spent 53 days at Mass General. An officer visited her there, and I don't know if there's a report that emanated from that or a body camera that emanated from that. And then,
So when you see body camera footage, it's very narrow, you're saying? Like
right.
It's a specific event?
Right, it was one officer that visited her at the hospital, right?
Okay, and was this a social visit or something?
That's a good question. It might have been half and half. I'm not sure.
And, would this have been a North Andover officer?
Yes.
State police? Okay.
Yes,
So, and have you told the Commonwealth the identity of the officer?
It actually might be a trooper. If I could just have one moment. Detective Dan Furman.
I don't, who's that?
So he visited Ms. Fitzsimmons at the hospital, and if there's any.
I'm sorry, I meant when I said who's that, I meant what police agency?
So there's a visit from someone who's might be a social visit or a police visit. I don't know what it is, but I'd like to know if there's any documentation of it.
Right, so this
And body
but again, this person's name is Detective
Furman, F-U-H-R-M-A-N.
Okay, and what police agency does he work for?
North Andover.
All right. And so this should be. Well, you're saying that you don't know if it was a social visit or not?
All I know is a North Andover police officer visited her, and is there any documentation of it, or is there a report? Is there a text message from it? Is there anything from it? I just want to know.
I'm not expecting any answers right now. I'm just, you want to weigh in on this?
No, this is the first I've heard of it, and I think the defendant would know if it was a social visit or anything more than that. I don't believe North Andover has body-worn cameras, but I will certainly make an inquiry. This is the first I've heard of that.
And then there's also a body-worn camera from Ms. Fitzsimmons' arrest at the hospital. She was arrested at the hospital and kind of cuffed to the bed, and pursuant to the district attorney's office wanting to move the case along, get her arraigned. And there should be body camera from the state police from that.
All right. So is it?
And I believe that's Trooper Strong.
Is this request, are you familiar with this?
It's my understanding that the defense counsel called me and asked that there not be body-worn camera when the state police went to her. So, but I will double check that. So.
My client tells me that there was body-worn camera that was activated, and that she was informed that there was body-worn camera.
Okay. Well, there was. It sounds like it wouldn't have been North Andover. So.
No, that's
The state police, yes, Trooper Strong.
Is here today. I'll ask him.
Okay. All right, and you know what? Absolutely, because the troopers here, to the extent that we can put any of these issues to bed today, that would be great. So what else?
Promises, rewards, inducements, Your Honor. That's the subject of an entire filing today.
Okay. So we will. You want to do that now, or do you want to? What else? What else is on your list?
That's the list, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, but I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Did you say that you had 8 things and I only have 4?
So I'd like a witness list from the Commonwealth. I'd like to move to strike the certificate of discovery compliance to the extent that it triggers our obligations when their discovery obligations are not satisfied.
And by the way, I don't have these rules about, I have a case in front of me now where there's 3 DAs and 3 assistant DAs and 1 defense attorney. They're all welcome to speak, so to the extent that I'm not, I don't have rules against more than 1 attorney speaking.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. I'm not afraid to speak, and Attorney Gradle knows that. No.
I don't want you to, anyone to think that, to the extent that you want to be heard, you can be heard.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
What else?
Judge, there's also some OneDrive links that I know that I think the council referred to that. But there's some OneDrive links for some discovery that we don't have. That we got some Axon discovery that had OneDrive links in it, and it was not communicating very well with our computer. So council is going to get me OneDrive links for, I believe, I just said one more. So I'm actually at a loss to say what's on these OneDrive links because I can't open them here.
Yeah, as I had said just a few minutes ago, I understand what he's looking for. I understand we'll send him on Monday.
All right, what else?
I believe there were some redactions in the grand jury minutes that were given, Your Honor. And if there are any redacted grand jury minutes, we need the unredacted grand jury minutes. Right, I didn't, yeah, it was strange.
No, and I tried to explain this to counsel. When he got a redacted exhibit that I used in grand jury. And it was an interview of some of the officers that talked about things that I thought were too prejudicial to the defendant. And so I submitted to the grand jury for their consideration the redacted exhibits.
Okay.
However, he has the full exhibit also, meaning a full unredacted version of those recordings.
Okay.
So the grand jury minutes themselves, I'm sorry to interrupt, are not redacted.
Okay. That's, if I have it, I'd like to have it. And, you know.
So, yeah, I mean, it sounds as though Mr. Gubitosi is produced, and I'm sure will, if not, both the redacted and the unredacted versions, so you'll have a record of what exactly the manager saw, if you don't already.
Thank you.
What else?
The rest is the promises, rewards, inducements motion. There's 2 key witnesses here that are.
All right, so we're ready to.
Yes.
So motion.
Yes.
So, let me just speed that up. So it's been documented as paper 53, defendant's motion for disclosure of promises, rewards, and inducements. And I have read it, I've read the attachments, and I don't know if this is an issue for Mr. Gubitosi or not, but I'll say that the problem that I saw with the motion is that it's not supported by affidavit. And I don't know, again, if that's something that the Commonwealth would raises or not, but to the extent that you're relying on statements of your client and your client's father, I typically would see that in an affidavit form. Is that it?
Well, Judge, I do have an attorney's affidavit, and I do at the end of the motion, but I do view it more as like what we're doing here from the defense side is we're pointing the Commonwealth to specific exculpatory evidence.
Right.
So, you know, whether how far we have to go with affirmative, averments of that. I don't think it's not like a motion to suppress where we're asking for the court to, make significant rulings. This is a notice to the government that says, hey, look at all this stuff that has happened. And, you need to figure this out. And I think that the government, in this case, with respect to this Alain guy, has rose-colored glasses on where they're like, they don't want this guy to be harmed. They think this is a probate court issue. They think this is, just focus on Kelsey. Let's not worry about this guy. Don't look over here. Don't look behind the curtain. So this is an incredibly egregious thing this guy did. Miss Fitzsimmons was in the hospital fighting for her life. That was her home. They has rose-colored glasses on, and you need to figure this out. And I think that the government, in this case, with respect to this Alain guy, has rose-colored glasses on where they're like, they don't want this guy to be harmed. They think this is a probate court issue. They think this is, just focus on Kelsey. Let's not worry about this guy. Don't look over here. Don't look behind the curtain. So this is an incredibly egregious thing this guy did. Miss Fitzsimmons was in the hospital fighting for her life. That was her home. He had gone and gotten a restraining order in which he swore in the affidavit, I don't live there. I live in Stowe with my parents. He's now a plaintiff against Miss Fitzsimmons as a defendant in a restraining order matter. He has no rights to that house whatsoever. 3 days later, her dad, who's a security expert and owns a security business, changed the locks, updated the security system, made his daughter's home secure again after this thing happened to her. And after the shooting, and she's in the hospital. She's away from her house. And this guy takes advantage of that to commit all sorts of serious crimes. He's on video breaking into the place with 3 other friends, 3 other accomplices, bust down the door, come in, it's on video, it's in an exhibit that you have, and he commits all sorts of serious crimes. The most serious one for purposes of this case is that he stole evidence. He stole evidence off the refrigerator. It's a felony. He had just...
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Assuming everything that you say is true, the motion is for promises, inducements, or rewards. So your theory is what? That the Commonwealth promised to not charge this guy or something?
Yes. That's exactly what we think. And he's a preceding witness. He's at the scene of this shooting, Your Honor. He's at the scene of the shooting. This isn't about, 3 days earlier he did this order. It's that he's a precipient witness at the shooting. He's there. He and his sister are there.
At the end of the day, the motion is for promises, inducements, and rewards.
Yes.
As those terms are understood, has the Commonwealth made any of those, or offered any of that to this gentleman?
I think I can answer it this way. Okay. As far as him being a recipient witness, and you don't know very little about this case, the 2 people who were there in the room when the shooting occurred, when the allegations against the defendant pointing the gun at Officer Noonan and pulling the trigger, and him shooting her in self-defense, the 2 of them are up there. That's in the top floor of the bedroom. Mr. Alien was in the basement at the time of the house. He's on surveillance video in the basement. He hears it and he leaves. So he's not a recipient witness. I'd just like to put this up there. If the case does not rise and fall on him, he might be a background witness. He heard the shots, but as far as what happened in the bedroom, he has no idea. So to say he's a critical recipient witness, I would suggest is a little misleading. Now, no, I never,
or not, there's either.
And I agree. And but I just have to correct the record.
Sure.
Now, defense counsel sent my office office a packet of information, including, and we have the video of, oh no, we didn't have the video, he sent the video of Mr. I'm going to call him Justin, I apologize, I'm having trouble with his name, entering the house on a specific day. And the Commonwealth, and what is omitted from the defendant's argument, and he has this, and he knows that the day before this happened, Justin called the North Andover police and asked if he could enter the apartment. He told them that the defendant was on the deed, but he had property there. And they told him he could go in. On the next day, where this video is, he calls again and says, I need to go into the apartment to get my stuff. He asked for a police escort because he's afraid of what the defendant and the defendant's family would do if he went in there. He was worried about his, in his words, vengeance. Okay? And so he does go in. He does push the door open. He goes in to retrieve his items. No, the police didn't come. At that point, the alarm went off because I'm assuming there was some surveillance video in there and an alarm system. Sure. When the alarm goes off, he calls the police and he says, can you come here, please? The alarm went off. I'm worried that the family of the defendant will come, and I'm worried what will happen because they're very vengeful about the whole situation. And they said, we're not coming, but if he shows up, let us know and we'll come and keep the peace. He then gathers his belongings and left. So we can't look at a crime, the Commonwealth, in any case. It's not looking at a crime in isolation. We have to make determinations when we're looking at cases. Okay? Justin has also filed an affidavit in court.
In this quarter,
No, the probate court, as the restraining order, which 3 judges have been found present. And the defendant has yet to litigate that motion. And so we have information from the defense about what happened, about this breaking and entering and this supposed theft of evidence, and that's the first I heard of it, was evidence. And we had that happen. We reviewed it in an abundance of caution. We asked Middlesex to look at it, and they were going to take a look at it. At that point, Attorney Coakley called Middlesex, the first assistant, about that. Middlesex then called us and said, we can't do it. We don't want to take a look at it. We think we have a conflict now. So our office then looked at it, and we determined that we are not going to charge Mr. Ailman for these crimes. I don't know if he even knows that this is out there. I don't know if he even understands that there are charges that the defendant is alleging occurred. I haven't talked to him about that. If I do, and if he has a concern, I'll tell him that we're not charging him with that, based on the entire circumstances of this case. The Commonwealth is often in the position of analyzing cases when there are dueling issues, dueling statements, and we have an obligation to parse those out. And if we don't believe there's probable cause, we don't charge. That's what we have here. The Commonwealth has made the determination, not in isolation, but in the whole circumstances of this case, that we are not going to charge him. If at some point during the case, Your Honor thinks he has a fifth, we'll immunize him. But we haven't told him that. Defense counsel is now on notice that that is our position. So is it a promise of word inducement? It is what it is right now. So they're on notice of that.
all right, so, Mr. Graham.
Yes.
So the whole idea of the discovery, obviously, disclosure. It sounds like perhaps this is the first time you've heard the full version from the Commonwealth's perspective, but to the extent, now probably isn't the time to determine whether it's a promise, inducement, or reward. I think now is the time to determine the sufficiency of assuming that it is one of those three things, the sufficiency of the notice provided.
Absolutely, that's what we're interested in, Judge.
All right, so.
Communications,
All right,
right?
so it sounds as though, so what is it further that you're looking for? You want something in writing that they're not gonna?
So just a couple of quick things, Judge, as far as what Kamal said. I have the call that he made to North Andover, to one of the sergeants up there, I believe Sergeant Gerke, I may not be saying her name right, but we have the call. And in the call, he's committing another felony called misleading police. He's saying to her that he still lives there and that he wants to get in there, and he's looking for a dispensation from them to let him get in there. And he lies to her, and he says that he still lives there. Completely contradicts what he already swore to the probate court judge, family court judge, to get the restraining order. And so the sergeant, I think, does the right thing and says, well, if you have a key or, if that's your house, I can't stop you from going in your house. But she doesn't say, yeah, you go right ahead and go in the house. She's deflecting and saying, well, you're telling me you live there. I can't do anything about it. So it's this sort of round and round conversation where he's trying to get dispensation from them. And she wisely just says, well, if it's your house, go ahead. But I don't have anything to do with it. That to me is the gist of the conversation that I have. So there's yet another crime that they're looking the other way on for this guy. But in any event, so I'm sorry, Judge, I know. I'll tell you what I'm looking for. Okay? All right, I'm sorry. So I'm looking for text messages, emails, notes to what is the police, what is the DA's office, what are they saying about this incident that they know about? Are they saying, don't worry about it, we're not going to prosecute you? I want the communications. What are they saying? I can't, it's always hard from a defense perspective to, guess what's out there. They should be giving me, here's all the communications about Elaine and him breaking into the house and why we're not prosecuting him. And this whole business about that, he checked with the police, he lied to the police. So he didn't check with the police. So the facts are all wrong. And, he should be prosecuted, and they're in a conflict of interest, and the court should direct them to appoint a special prosecutor because they clearly have a conflict of interest in trying to prop this guy up for their own case. And so they ought to be ordered by the court as a matter of ethics, as a matter of appropriate behavior as an attorney to appoint a special prosecutor. And I want to ask the court to take a serious look at that.
Let's do this. Can you, can Ms. Fitzsimmons as well, come on over to the sidebar for a moment.
Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, shocking developments. The Essex County District Attorney's Office, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, has just announced in open court that they're not going to file criminal charges against a group of 4 house bandits who robbed Kelsey Fitzsimmons' home in June or July of 2025 while Kelsey was in the hospital after being shot by police officers and having her baby taken away. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, just explosive moments. I've never seen anything like it. An ADA for the Essex County District Attorney's Office just stood up in that courtroom right there in front of your eyes and told the judge that the reason why these 4 house bandits weren't going to be charged was because the Essex DA reached out to the Middlesex DA, Marion Ryan, threw the Middlesex DA right under the whole bus and caravan, and then said, well, the Middlesex DA wouldn't really do it, so we didn't charge these 4 house bandits. They're running free. They're just roaming Essex County. We're just announcing to you all right now we're not charging them. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to cause so much problems, so many problems in the county of Essex. The house bandits who cannot be charged because the Essex DA would look dumb are now roaming free with a grant of juridical immunity from the prosecutor announced in open court. We're never going to charge them. We just let criminals roam free in Essex County, break into houses, steal surveillance systems, drain bank accounts, break into medical records, whatever you want to do, steal evidence, destroy it. As long as you know the right people and you know the Essex DA's office, you can just become Billy the Kid. All right, I guess that's what was just announced. You don't understand. I am not being hyperbolic. That ADA just stood up in open court and announced to the world, including a very angry population of Essex County, that these house bandits are never going to be charged. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is simply outrageous. I have seen a lot in my time as a towel-based journalist. This judge has probably seen a lot in his time as a jurist. I don't think any of us have ever seen an ADA stand up in open court and say, we're just gonna let Thelonious house bandits roam around Essex County. I am incredulous. We need the auditor. We need the OIG. We need some kind of intervention. Somebody call the aliens at this point. I have no systemic solutions to this. It is simply outrageous. You can't stand up in open court as a prosecutor and say, we just have roving house bandits who commit felonies, and when you tell us about it, we're going to blame Mary and Ryan, and we're just going to let them stay free. Who cares? We don't charge this kind of thing. Roving felonious house bandits? Why would a prosecutor ever indict something like that? That's outrageous. We don't charge that kind of thing. What is going on right now in Massachusetts? I don't understand. I can only take so much. This is beyond farcical. I am absolutely baffled. I'm angry and baffled. You don't understand. You're not supposed to have those two emotions at the same time. Oh, dear God. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. What the fuck is going on in Massachusetts right now? God help us all. What the fuck? I don't know how to write that up. I don't know how to write that up. Attorney Tim Bradle then demanded a special prosecutor be assigned, and then there was a sidebar. I yelled really loudly during the sidebar. I don't know what is going on in the state of Massachusetts anymore. I don't understand. This was, hands down, the most ridiculous moment in a court hearing I have ever seen in my towel life. I don't understand. You can't just let roving house bandits run around in Essex County because they're firefighters. That is not how this works. Oh, God, listen to me. I can only take so much. You don't understand. No, Peggy, Peep cannot come out right now. Peep is mad about the state police and Jan McCabe and the Mystery Man and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins and all these bad people and State Street and Old Colony Drive in Quincy and Jeffrey Epstein and NJAA Wealth Management. Peggy, you don't understand. I'm going to find every person who worked for State Street that touched Jeffrey Epstein's money or that patroned a brothel that dehumanized those girls. I'm going to drag them in front of Congress like Hillary Clinton, and I'm going to fucking ask them questions. All right, Peggy, I hope we're on the same page. And if anyone's got a problem with that, they could complain to Pete Bunny, though. Do you know how mad I am right now that prosecutor just told me that a roving band of bandits can just go be free? No. I am so mad. I have never been this mad in my life. Absolutely not. No, that's where I draw the line. Nope, I will not accept that there are roving band of bandits who just get to go break into houses and commit felonies and then nothing is done. Nope, I object. Peggy, you tell your people, I object. I'm having them hauled in front of Congress. It's not really related to this. I just want State Street to answer questions, Peggy. You don't understand. All right? You want to type in caps? I'm going to talk in caps. How about them apples? Peggy's like, oh no, what have I done? I don't know, Peggy. You shouldn't ask too many questions. What is happening right now? I am really mad. There's no. There's corruption, and then there's openly announcing in court that you're not gonna file charges against house bandits. I demand vindication. I demand satisfaction. I demand redress of my grievances. No, I'm going to be yelling a lot right now. That was fucking outrageous. I have never seen anything like that in all my time covering hearings. I've seen ridiculous shit with Alan Jackson and Judge Cannoni bickering at each other. I've seen Hank Brennan say ridiculous shit about Jen McCabe to defend her from Alan Jackson's tough questioning. I have never in my life seen a prosecutor stand up in open court and be like, well, felonious house bandits, you know, it's not really on our prosecutorial radar, bro. It's like taking a Kit Kat, you know. What are you gonna do, bro? It's a little bit of like felonious house banditry. Everybody has to accept that in a fucking civilized society now and again. You know, like it's just like a common daily occurrence. Your regular routine felonious house banditry. We just don't have that. It's on our Rachel Rollins non-prosecution list. What the fuck? Peep is outraged. The Essex DA has pulled a Rachel Rollins. He just doesn't prosecute felonious house banditry. The Essex DA, I'm saying it, has pulled a Rachel Rollins and is refusing to prosecute felonious house banditry. Help us, Mr. President. The liberals have run amok in Massachusetts. I'm telling the president. That's it. That's it. This is a theater of the absurd. You don't understand. I cannot analyze this rationally. I refuse to analyze this rationally. This is fucking absurd. Nope. Break glass moment. Most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Help us, Mr. President. The liberals have absolutely lost their minds. The liberals have lost it. Have lost the plot. Send us Harmeet Dillon. We need her. We need you, Harmeet. We need the DOJ Civil Rights Division. We need you. We need you, Madam Head of the Civil Rights Division. The liberals have just lost their minds. They won't prosecute felonious house banditry.
All right, so as we discussed, the Commonwealth has made a disclosure to the extent that that can be defined as a promise of reward or amusement. I'll leave it better legal minds than I. If the defense feels as though, as it relates to that particular person, how do I pronounce it?
Elaine.
As it pertains to Mr. Elaine, that the defense needs something further than you have to just put it in a motion or a letter. I mean, it won't be a motion if you don't need to bring it to my attention. I'm more about it. Okay.
And then, Judge, just to close the loop on that, so there's also the same issues relative to Officer Newman.
Right, which is the second part of your motion.
Yes.
So let's hear that.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. So, Judge, you know, we're pointing the Commonwealth to more specific information relative to all sorts of special treatment that Newman is getting above and beyond, you know, what is essentially in North Andover police policy. There's been misconduct that it may have been overlooked. You know, we're asking for the discovery, so we should be in the position of saying, here's everything we exactly know 100%. We get all sorts of information. We investigate our case. And so we point to the Commonwealth and say, we're not getting the whole story here. We're getting all sorts of background information. We're pointing you to the North Andover police. And what happened with this guy being AWOL and being forgiven? What happened with this guy and drug issues that may affect his ability to perceive and recollect the trials?
Here's the thing, from a discovery perspective, at least from my perspective, it sounds like that's a Rule 17 issue, right?
It's the prosecution team. Sorry to talk over them. It's the prosecution team.
From reading this, it sounds to me that without condoning or weighing in on it, just again, that the issues related to the way that the North Andover Police Department did or did not treat the officer that was involved isn't something that the Commonwealth these are not members of the prosecution team that are, presumably, again, that are making decisions related to to a treatment of Officer Newman, which I assume is the subject of a collective bargaining agreement, which I think you may have even.
Yes.
I saw somewhere in the file.
Yes, sir.
So, again, to the extent, and I'll hear Mr. Gubitosi, to the extent that members of the prosecution team were involved in some decision related to his treatment, maybe arguably that would be discoverable. But I think that really what you're asking for, aren't you, is you're asking for personnel records. Aren't you? You're saying
So, I think he's their primary witness. He works for the police department. He's engaging in certain conduct that looks like it's misconduct to us from the information that we have, and we don't have the entire bit of information, but they do. And
Mr. Gubitosi, again, I'm trying to just cut to the chase here. Is any member of the prosecution team, as you know it's defined, in possession, custody, or control of any of this information? Or is it your position that it's in some IAD file or personnel file?
If it is true, and the first I heard of this was when I received this yesterday morning, we don't have it. I think your analysis is correct. It's a personnel issue. If he wants to file a Rule 17 motion attaching an affidavit from a person who has firsthand knowledge of what is going on here, then I facilitate it.
So Mr. Breda, let me say, what I'm trying to articulate, it's been a long day and a long week, is that if you believe that there's some document or information that's in the prosecution team's, as that term is defined, as we use it for discovery purposes, then that's something that I can do something about. But at least from my reading of what you're alleging here, these are things that would be found in personnel files or perhaps other documents held by the North Andover Police Department. Again, if there's some computer system that keeps track of these things, but these things wouldn't be in.
so well, let me give you a scenario, Judge.
Sure.
Let's say he screws up and he's taking prescription drugs and he doesn't show up for his shift. I would assume that would generate a flurry of emails. Sorry, I screwed up. I won't do it again. Or don't worry, Noonan. You're all set. We need you strong for the Fitzsimmons trial. You know,
would not be in the possession, custody, and control of the Commonwealth as that term is defined.
they'd be in the custody of Noonan. It's a police email about a police witness. Like, no, it's not good enough for the government to say, oh, we don't have that, Judge. They have a duty, and they have a turbocharged duty under the new Rule 14 to go out and look and go out and inquire and say, what do you have on this? Bradel's saying that this guy is on drugs, doesn't show up for his shifts, doesn't get in trouble, has a collective bargaining waiver where he can go work details when he's out on leave, none of which is in the regulations. Where's this coming from?
How can the district attorney's office possibly be in possession of that, as it's understood by the rule, possibly be in possession of any of that information? Mr. Gubitosi represented that, I assume that his office, the prosecution team, not the office, the prosecution team is not in that, does not possess that. And, to use your analysis, that would mean that everything that officer, because there's a police officer, Smith, that's involved in some arrest, that everything that officer does in other cases related to his work at the police department is somehow discoverable. It may be discoverable, but the mechanism would be a little substantive. So I'm not, to the extent that you're requesting, to the extent that the motion, not even the motion as it relates to Officer Noonan and these promises, inducements, or rewards needs to be denied because these aren't promises, inducements, or rewards in the discoverable sense under which.
All right, I'll file a Rule 17 motion.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, and then as for, I'm not sure that you need a particular ruling on, well, let me ask you, on the first part of the motion, could I allow it? I don't even know, what's your position, Mr.
As far as,
you know, to the extent.
well, no, I mean, the request, I'm looking at page 7 of number 53.
Yeah, let me address something that, Mr. Rio raised. To the extent that there's some motion for me to, name a special prosecutor, I'm not aware of any authority that I would have to do that. There's something called separation of powers. So.
What about, if I may, Judge, what about conflict of interest? I mean, if the court has a conflict of interest before it, I think the court can say, here are the facts. I find that you have a conflict of interest. You need to either, set up some sort of a Chinese wall prosecution system or appoint a special prosecutor. And, I think that's a legal determination. Ultimately, it's a legal determination.
I'm not aware of any statutory common or common law or even constitution-based provision that would grant me the authority to order the Commonwealth to prosecute or to investigate something or not investigate something. It's classic separation of powers. So the issues that are before me are, again, compliance with Rule 14, the defendant's process rights, and just getting out in front of something that may trigger a trial motion.
Can I take one more crack at it, Your Honor? Thank you. I know you have one. Yes. Judge, I have in mind when I read, SJC decisions. Let's say a defense lawyer has a conflict of interest in his trial representing someone. I recall, in my aging brain that, the SJC says he had a conflict of interest relative to the defendant, new trial order. So the courts do say, lawyers have conflicts of interest and it has legal ramifications. And I don't see how that could be any different where the Commonwealth has a conflict. The courts should be able to order it.
It's the remedy that I'm raising the issue with. Okay, it's not the issue of conflict of interest and weighing in on that. It's that you're asking me to fashion a remedy that I don't have the authority to do.
Maybe the court could say a non-conflicted person. You need to put a non-conflicted person in this room.
I know of no authority that allows me to meddle into.
Bradel should set a special prosecutor statute that says, there's an opening for the judge to do this. There really is. It's like a limited window, but it's there.
I could really do my own job. You want me to do the DA's job too?
Your Honor, when it's called for in special circumstances, we might think back to Judge Sirica during Watergate, for example, Your Honor. Judge Sirica didn't really assign Archie Cox to do anything. He gave Archie Cox equitable powers of the court. We're dealing with a situation where you have a Commonwealth that is conflicted. We can't get other DAs to do it. The court has an opportunity to forge through its equitable powers as enumerated, whether directly or indirectly through the special prosecutor statute, to exercise its discretion by virtue of bringing on a special prosecutor that answers to itself. Mr. Bradel, come on.
I appreciate you hearing me out.
So it sounds as though the Commonwealth is going to comply with some of these requests as early as today. They made the disclosure on Mr. Ayoden. And as for you said you can look into the detective front and body camera and footage and whatever else is out there.
Yes,
it's in the Commonwealth's best interest that they comply because they want to get the trial as quickly and as surely as Ms. Fitzsimmons.
actually have you on one issue. Sure. And this is an issue that I brought up in Sidebahs, an issue here, that whether Rule 14 has been complied with or not. I'm asking that the court order disclosure of any expert witness that will defense or may call. I think I'm entitled to it. We're 3 weeks away from trial. That's the only thing I think that will derail us here. I don't think it is a big ask.
So, Judge, I was just going to pull up the rule, but I think that the legislature, in passing the rules of criminal procedure, set it up this way so that the Commonwealth has an incentive to give the defense discovery. They don't get the candy until they give us theirs. That's the rule. It's not, I don't think it's really something that, they can't have their cake and eat it too. Give us all of our discovery. It's a good incentive for the government to provide everything. This is routine in every case. I think of the Karen Reed case in Norfolk County, Judge. The government didn't comply with Rule 14 until like the day before trial. And Judge Cannoni held the line on their discovery compliance was not due until the government complied. It's just a rule. I don't think it's really something that should be messed with, honestly. It's there for a reason. The government needs to give the defense, who has a right to remain silent, who has a right to evaluate and do something or do nothing on the case, and we have a right to look at the evidence and then decide what we're going to do.
All right, so I think if I'm reading through the lines, Mr. Grado, your position is that you have no notice requirements under the rule right now because the Commonwealth hasn't fully complied with the rule in the way of
correct.
And what I can tell you, Mr. Fukitosi, is that I don't think too highly of any attempts by trial by ambush by either side, and I'm not going to let it happen. So if the position, again, both sides are going to comply with the letter of the rules, and so the answer is I'm not going to order it, but I'm also going to be conscious of making sure that the spirit behind the rules, which is again no trial by ambush, doesn't happen to either side. So
thank you.
In other words, I can't fortune tell what's going to happen about. Well, all the sides are going to do their best to get this case to trial on March 23. But it won't be at the expense of the defendant's due process rights or violations of rules. It's just that simple. All right. All right. So that leaves the motion for medical records,
And that is agreed to or not objected?
No objection. Agreed either way.
The only thing is that I didn't attach an order, so I told Clerk William that I could send on Monday.
all right. So if you folks worked out the way that this is going to be handled in the sense of they're going to be summoned into the clerk's office.
Yes.
And compounded.
I can't remember the last time I ever had a procedural objection to medical records, Judge. They get produced, I'm not going to object.
Yeah, they should be not available to the public, available to the council.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, yes, I appreciate that. Yes, thank you.
So all right. So this is the easiest thing I've done today. You said allow this without objection.
If I could put a little asterisk on it, Judge, could the defense have eyes on it first, just to make sure there's no,
I can't.
And then if there was something objectionable in terms of discovery, not admissibility, but discovery, I would immediately bring it to the courts and council's
So you're
attention.
not going to make this thing easy?
Sorry. I'm sorry. And I'll come right up. As soon as they're here, I'll come right up and have a look.
So and then what happens is, so if there's something in, are you saying that there may be something in there that you don't want the Commonwealth?
You can look in camera and make a rule.
Well, they're medical records. I mean, we're not asking for psychological records or anything. They're emergency room records.
I'm sure they're fine, but I'm just trying to be careful.
Well, if you're sure they're fine, then let's just handle them the standard way. Okay? And let me say this, that I'm going to order that extent that copies are made, that they're not disseminated, all right, and that they're not used, that you don't file them, they'll be impounded. And that will give you a chance, Mr. Brady, you don't have to rush the race to Lawrence, because that's a race you're gonna lose.
I appreciate it.
You're in the building. And in this way, again, there's not gonna be any cat out of the bag, so to speak. It's an issue of whether they're gonna be able to be used or disseminated.
Thank you.
And that won't be the case. So I'll take care of that. And all right, so that means let's talk about deadlines, and then let's talk about this field issue. So on the deadlines of Mr. Brady, is it your position that I can't order deadlines on trial motions because the Commonwealth hasn't complied?
No, Your Honor.
So, do you folks want to keep the March 9 date?
I think it got moved to the 12th, Your Honor.
March 12th date. You want to keep that?
Yes,
So
please.
what I'd like to do is have things filed so I can look at them ahead of time, and also so that they can be served at the same time and the other side can file any written oppositions. So let's say, how about the end of business on the 9th work?
Yes, thank you.
And then this will give you folks a couple, you'll have time to oppose also, and then we'll hear those on the 12th. And so we're talking about motions. I'd like to get any proposed jury voir dire questions, whether they would be part of the questionnaire or part of the actual voir dire. To the extent that you have anything that's unusual or not, that would be terrific. What else? What else would be helpful is whether you had, I think I mentioned before, whether there's anything that should or should not be in a media spectator type of order, to the extent that we folks think that we need that as well. That would be helpful. And witness lists. So, frankly, I'd like to give you a witness list soon because again, if there's some conflict that we have to flesh out. So, Mr. Greer, you need a minute or?
No, Judge, just
what I'd
all
like
set,
to
thank you.
do is get a list of prospective witnesses and or folks that should be mentioned somehow during voir dire. Let's say next week, by the 4th, right? And again, these are, can you do that?
Yes.
Do you need more time? Is that all right, Mr. Gray?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and just make it over-inclusive. Okay? Again, the idea here is twofold. One is to for me to make sure that that I don't have any conflicts, which nothing to do with the case, but also so that we have something to be able to tell our prospective jurors about the convention. All right, it doesn't commit anyone from calling or not calling someone. All right, so we'll do that. Yeah. I don't need a statement of an agreed upon statement of the case because you folks will never agree on it, and it's just going to be for my purposes of what I tell the jury preliminary, which is going to be some plain vanilla.
Well, I mean, frankly, Attorney Gregor and I get along.
We can do it. We can do it, Your Honor. We'll give you some.
Again, as I told you folks in Sidebahs, I know both of you professionally, and I was surprised that that wasn't the case, and you corrected me, so I'm happy to hear that. All right, did I miss anything on the deadlines?
Judge, on the 12th, is that a 2 o'clock call on the 12th or 9 o'clock? 9:30.
And again, with the idea of doing as much as you can on that day to get this thing lined up for 5. So it's going to be important that you trial motion where you think that there should be a voir dire of some witness or something, flag that in the motion. Because again, I'm going to need to, and I'm not suggesting you need to show up on the 12 witnesses, because we'll have to have another day to do that. But these are things I'm going to need to know. What else? All right. And then, so that leaves us with the purple elephant in the living room, and that is the real issue. And so, I need to know. What else? All right. And then, so that leaves us with the purple elephant in the living room, and that is the real issue. And so,
There's a few things, Judge, that the Commonwealth may not have too much of an issue with, that it's just really hindering me. And I don't think they're really the central issues that the Commonwealth is concerned about. So could I take a crack at it and just...
well, but here's the thing, too, is I also, without knowing the history here, I don't want to be stepping on another judge's toes in the sense of, I have no idea what, because traditionally, not even traditionally, as a matter of law, I always understood is that judges don't, except unless it's a bail review or a judge is retired, a judge wouldn't typically have the authority to touch another judge's 58A orders.
That's why I'd like to either have
also,
a ruling
also,
on the
from a practical standpoint, would obviate the need for some. Well, you know what? Let me hear you and then I'll.
Sure, I appreciate it.
Take it under advisement.
So there's a few terms that are very difficult for trial prep in the short calendar we have. This 48 hours notice business, you know, having.
Yes. Is there somewhere that the pre-trial conditions are written down? Because I didn't see anything in the file. Is there probation officer Nunez? Do you have something that's?
Yes, I do.
Do you mind showing the council before you do it? Can you show me who's supposed to be?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Judge, you know, we have about 3 weeks before trial, and I really need to start to prepare with Ms. Fitzsimmons at the office. And the 58 provisions are just very difficult, and I don't think they're really necessary in the sense of, you know.
Tell me what you want.
So what I want to do is I want to be able to call up Ms. Fitzsimmons and I'll say, get in your car and drive to Boston and sit with me at my office for 3 hours on like a day's notice or a few hour notice. And, you know, she's on this. So 48 hours notice, you know, like, it's just, I'm a bit of a moving target these days, and it's just, it's something that, it's just immensely difficult to coordinate. I almost said ADA Coakley. Attorney Coakley and me and Ms. Fitzsimmons and my paralegal and her mom. Remember, her mom has to chauffeur her around. She's the custodian. Yeah, sorry, I mentioned earlier. So it's one of these custodial things where her mom has assumed custody of her. And to leave the house on this 48-hour notice, Ms. Fitzsimmons, and I don't know why, but she can't drive. I want it, but should there even be notice, Judge? She's on house arrest, she's got a bracelet, she's got.
There has to be notice, and the reason why is because, is she on a GPS, right?
She's on a GPS, Your Honor.
Your mom will go off without.
So that's what I'm asking. So I'm going to give you what I'm asking at first. Sorry. That's fine. Sure.
You're more than welcome.
So I just want to be able to have a normal prep with Ms. Fitzsimmons in the sense of like,
2 hours?
sure, absolutely, perfectly fine.
I prefer the probation. I agree. I have no problem with changing to 48 hours, but I would prefer the probation because it is a legitimate concern for them.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted you up in the front row here, so how much time would you need to make it meaningful? And would they have to, are you supervising?
I'm not supervising. It's Heather Johnson out of
Salem.
I don't think I know that. Heather Johnson?
Yes. The reason we would have to know, we would have to know, like you said, how much, or when she's gonna go out. But we have to open up the window.
Right.
So to open up the window, we can't do it on Sunday or Saturday. It has to be very weak when we're working. So we're able to put in the release.
Okay, so,
So maybe-
just the mechanics of
So
it.
mechanic wise, is why don't we just give her a window, let her go out from like 7 in the morning till 7 p.m. And then
That's
probation
what-
doesn't have to get bothered by it.
So that would be, opening up a window with no parameters would be something I wouldn't feel comfortable changing over the Commonwealth's objection, without knowing again, I guess there's certain things that I'm happy, that I'm willing to do to accommodate some changes where the Commonwealth isn't, objecting too strenuously, where there's some uncertainty about my authority to do so. So let's see what we can agree on, and then, so.
I'd just like to get her a little bit of freedom to be able to sort of a little bit more on the fly, if you will, kind of get in and prep with me and come to my office and, work on the case.
But there needs to be, so I can tell you this, is that I'm not gonna open up, a window, just some standing window. I just wouldn't do it for any defendant. So to the extent that, and Ian, I see that as a significant change that, again, we would need to determine whether, Judge McCarthy would hear that or not. So why don't we try to be practical and work on
Sure.
what.
So if the court's willing to do a 2-hour window, we would appreciate it.
Would that work if it's during the week and during working hours?
Usually during working hours, they could reach some buying information to be able to put a window. So I don't know exactly why they put the 48-hour window. It's not my.
Right, no, I
wasn't there. But usually I see 24 hours, for some cases, but I don't know specifically for this case, I don't know why.
So here's what we're gonna do, is, we're gonna try to narrow it down, and then I'm gonna step off the bench, because I haven't even read your motion, and I wanna just take a look at 50A, and then we'll come back and I'll change what I think I can change. All right, so.
Thank you, Ron. And just before you go, if I could just,
No, I'm not going anywhere.
Just
yet.
gonna-
I wanna hear all.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So we'd appreciate if you could do a 2-hour notice requirement. Her mother chauffeuring her around is an immense hardship. She works full time, and it's not fair to have her drive to. Ms. Lauren Page, there was some custodial determination that.
But custodial determination, an order as to where she should live is different than driving somebody around. Is there like a no drive issue?
So this is one of those things that, it may have been said from the bench that Ms. Page, her mom, needs to be with her when she goes out and that she can't drive herself. There were a lot of pronouncements from the bench, and, we don't want to.
Can somebody in the front row help me here? Is there some order that's prohibiting Ms. Fitzsimmons from driving?
Honestly, I don't remember that. But having said that, I was up here when I got this, so I don't have my file with me or.
I don't see, I don't see any. Yeah, I said that. I do see provide proof of appointment to probation in 48 hours notice. But I'm not seeing any, occasionally you'll see a judge of order that the defendant can't drive, operate a motor vehicle or anything like that, but I'm not seeing any.
So, I'm just trying to comply with the plethora of things that were handed down from that bench, Judge. And what happened was Ms. Page was brought up and put under oath, and the court made all sorts of pronouncements, verbal pronouncements, that she couldn't leave, that Ms. Page had to be with her at all times. She had to drive her places or at least be with her when she went to places. And, you know, we don't want to.
It's not in the written order.
Right, I understand. And, you know, I'm trying to do the right thing. And, you know, that was what was said by the court. And so we don't want to run afoul of anything that court said, you know, but there were an incredible amount of things that were put out.
If it's not in the written order, you're not running afoul.
Okay, and if the court's going to have that for me, and then I very much appreciate it. And if she can do that, that's what I need, is that she needs to be.
The Commonwealth isn't claiming that there's any conditions that have been imposed that are not in the written order, correct? As far as you know, it's.
Yeah.
So I would appreciate the court protecting me on this by making a ruling that the written order is the order, and we will comply with the order, certainly. And, you know, it's almost like an integration clause in a contract. You know, all these verbal pronouncements ought not to be enforceable.
He's talking about the doctrine of promissory estoppel by analogy. Good argument.
I have no idea about verbal orders. I can tell you is that we sit down ruling. My ruling is you comply with the letter and spirit of the written orders.
Thank you. That's all we need. Thank you.
Right? So what else do you want me to change?
Ms. Fitzsimmons.
I'm sorry, consider changing.
I appreciate it. Ms. Fitzsimmons is working on her own residence versus living with her family, which is, you know, difficult for an adult at this point to live with her family. She wants to have her own.
You're not asking that now.
She has a place and she has a lease. She's not going to sign it unless the court says it's okay. But she wants to have her own place in Newburyport. And if that's a bridge too far today, I understand.
That's a big ask right now. And I'm not saying that let me say this, is that on the 12th, I'm going to try to get some clarity as to what the law is, that to the extent of what
Thank you. So, Judge.
But I'm not saying that I wouldn't, I'm just saying that it strikes me as something that is a significant material enough change that I just need to.
I understand. So what we're looking for today, 2 hours notice, she can drive herself, she can leave the house, come to Boston, work with us at the office, drive home, you know, without fear, and she has a lot of fear based on how this case has unfolded about running afoul of anything. She got sent back to jail when she couldn't blow into a scram machine, when her rib was literally blown up, and she got sent back to jail for it. So she's pretty terrorized, and I don't use that word too hyperbolically. And so she's very scared to do this stuff.
Okay. So I understand, but again, my view is that she complies with the written order of the spirit and the letter of the written order. Actually, really just the letter of the written order, the order. And she will not run into any trouble with me as far as I'm concerned.
All right, appreciate it.
But let me, anything else in the field, because I asked that occupy to take a look at the PDA. But right now, basically, what's before me is a request to change the notice requirements. And you want that changed on other appointments as well, like the doctor's appointments?
Yes, please.
I mean, it does seem like those types of appointments would be set up for, but it's somewhat objective if I change all of it.
Well, I understand that she's on schedule where she meets people as far as I was assuming that probation and the defendant were on the same page about when she was leaving for these appointments.
She has some Zoom mental health appointments that she takes, but you know, I don't see why.
Let's just leave the timing on the medical and mental health appointments the same way it is, and then I'll have a better answer on,
Thank you.
On the 12th, whether it's something that I would entertain. All right.
And then the last thing, Judge, is this order that she can't go, essentially, that she can't prosecute a custody case in probate court, family court. There's an order, and this, this may be one of these verbal pronouncements, but there was an order that she may not, and I believe there was this was written somewhere, that she has to stay away from her child, and that, in essence, any probate or family court custody order does not supersede that or can't affect that. So the Superior Court is basically telling the family court, we don't care what you do over there. We don't care that you're the experts in this. You can't go near your child, regardless of what the probate court says. So Ms. Fitzsimmons is in this custody case over there that's stalled.
I think I can truncate this, and that is that there is a provision that does say have no contact, direct or indirect, with victim witnesses being own child. And that must be what you're referring to.
Yes, and there was an even more explicit pronouncement somewhere,
So
regardless of probate court.
Again, I need to think about whether this is something that I would entertain or not. But does the Commonwealth, would the Commonwealth object if I were to entertain changing that to be, comply with? She's already ordered to comply with all court orders, which includes probate court orders. We are not the experts in the probate court is the experts in custody, visitation. They handle all that. So I wouldn't want to get dragged into that. But I don't know. I wasn't there to be able to.
Yes, that's the problem. You're in a position that you know nothing about the hearing, nothing about the evidence that the judge looked at, heard, and considered when she did that issue. So,
all right. So the Commonwealth objects. So then perhaps that would be something that could be evaluated on the call. Anything else? Then we just step off a couple minutes and check it over.
I just have trouble with the idea of the Commonwealth even having any standing to object to, where Ms. Fitzsimmons can go, which court she can go to address child custody issues when the child is not a witness. The child had nothing to do with this.
The Commonwealth is not saying that. I don't understand. At least I don't understand the Commonwealth saying that. The Commonwealth is by reading this, is the Commonwealth saying very simply that there's a condition of verbal use under a criminal statute, and this is what the judge ordered, and you're objecting to it on the grounds. I don't want to speak to Mr. Personal grounds that this is like all of the orders was part of a framework for the release, and again, this may or may not be something that I would entertain. All right, so anything else before I step off?
Just the last thing, Judge, and I know, I respect, and I appreciate that Your Honor wants to defer to the other judges when there's other rulings. Obviously very common in our system. But in this case, I can't fight against the ghost. The court made a very strange ruling where I filed a motion to recuse her for bias and violations of the rules of judicial conduct. Perhaps wisely, Judge Ricciuti intercepted that motion, which we all know was supposed to go to that trial judge. And in 24-hour turnaround, he said, it's moot. She's going to be in another session or to that effect. And so she's either out of the case or in the case, Judge. And, if I can't have my client's liberty hindered. I want you to feel free to make rulings on this case. And she's either in or she's out. And I think Judge Ricciuti assigned you the case. I don't know what happened, but, here you are. And I'm glad for that. But I feel like you need to be free to make the rulings.
And that very well may be the case. I don't know. And again, I'm starting with the assumption that 58A does not allow me to make those changes. And let me take a look at the statute. It is a bigger issue because I don't think that I've been there's been an order assigning me this case. I was assigned 5. It makes sense for me to take everything. So just give me a couple minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
All right. So we are going to stay live. The judge is in chambers and will return. Okay. I have to step away. If anyone comes in with any questions, you just let them know Judge is in chambers and will return. We will get our ruling. I will be right back with you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I hope you are all having a good day. Thank you very much for your support of Tile Channel. As I mentioned, we are in a very rare recess where Judge is about to determine actually quite a big issue, which is will Kelsey Fitzsimmons be permitted to change her bail conditions? I think the answer is going to be yes. All right. So Judge will return. Okay. So Judge is in chambers and will return. Please do let people know when they come in, because I have to handle some things. But I'll be here with you if you're wondering what is going on. Well, we're about to find out if indeed there's going to be a decision rendered regarding changes in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' bail condition. You have just seen the most wildest court hearing you can imagine. As soon as Judge renders his ruling, the hearing's going to restart. I'm going to let you watch it from the beginning. Why? Because you're quite literally going to hear the North Essex DA basically be like, we're not pressing charges against the House bandits. I mean, that was crazy. That was just a crazy series of events, ladies and gentlemen. It was truly a crazy series of events. Someone asked if Karen Reed walked up to Kelsey. I don't think that was Karen Reed. I don't think that was Karen Reed. No, I don't think that was Karen. But yeah, Kelsey's quarterback in that effort. I'll tell you what, she's doing a great job. Good job, Kelsey. Kelsey's doing a good job. She's very smart. She's a member of her legal team. The question is, will Kelsey be able to get rid of some of these draconian bail conditions, be allowed to seek custody of her child, because the Superior Court can't really tell the family court that Kelsey can't seek custody of her child. All right, so you all are going to, yeah, it's wild. And then the Essex DA, literally in the beginning of the hearing, said, no, we are not going to prosecute the House bandits. We don't care about felonious House bandits in this case. It's not on our priority list. We tried to get the Middlesex DA to prosecute. They didn't really want to look into it, so we just aren't going to prosecute it. Folks, people's minds were blown. You don't understand. So you are going to get to keep watching this, okay, from like, I don't know, probably till like 4:30. There will be a certain point in time where you are just kind of waiting for Judge to return. I won't be on the screen. I won't be with you. You'll hear Judge do his thing. And then at a certain point, you will hear the hearing restart. Then I will join you a little bit later. Eventually we will break, but I cannot break in the middle of the hearing. You don't understand. I cannot do that. That's a violation of intergalactic Tau law. So, in short, you know, you're going to do your thing. You're going to watch the end of the hearing. I may either end this stream after the hearing and then we'll pick up, or I might just replay the hearing after Judge makes his ruling. If you would be so kind, would someone scribe into the chat what Judge's ruling is? I have to, you know, do some things, okay, for a little bit of time. So you just let me know what Judge rules, okay? And thank you to Law Girls Not a Turnip, by the way, for providing this pool feed. You let me know what Judge rules on the bail revocation. As soon as I see the hearing end, I'm going to replay it for you, but I'm not going to be listening, so I need to read your comments to let me know what's going on. All right, so you all, you know, do your towel thing, and then if I do not see you, I probably will after you get to watch the replay. I can't play the replay now, or you won't see what Judge rules on the bail. But once Judge rules on the bail, you'll see the hearing play again, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Norfolk DA, the Essex DA, oh my goodness, slip of the tongue, really did say that they are just not going to prosecute the House bandits. I think the moms in North Andover are really made. All right, so you all have fun. Let's see, who am I going to put in charge? Standing Stones and Aaron can be in charge. And, yeah, I think Standing Stones and Aaron and Pettit and Spacey. I'm rude to put, you like the word I'm rude? I'm rude to put Kevin from South Boston in charge because I'm worried he'll just instruct people that they have to plead the 19th Amendment and they can't make comments. So, Kevin from South Boston, you can be in charge of the 19th Amendment. How about that? To see what I mean? Before I could even say that, Kevin was like, Judge came out screaming, I plead the 19th Amendment. I told you he was going to talk about the 19th Amendment. All right, you all have a great time. You want to support Towel Channel, by the way, and make me feel a little better? I'm having a tough month. If you're out there listening and you're one of those people who's like, Grant will ask for help when he needs it. Yeah, Towel needs help. I went pretty negative overnight. I'm doing okay, but, you know, there's a Cash App, there's a Venmo. Feel free to help Tao. # Grant Smith Ellis, Venmo @GrantE1, and PayPal.me/Grant Ellis. Okay, everybody have a good time. Kevin's in charge of the 19th Amendment. I'll be back with you soon.
That's it.
Maybe we're back on record on the Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay. All right, so folks, we're gonna need to wrap up, but let me give you my thoughts on the pre-trial conditions, and that is the following. Does either side object to me specifically asking Chief Ricciuti to assign me to this case for all purposes?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so then that will give me some certainty about whether I'd be violating some statutory provision by making changes to the pre-trial conditions. So I'll reach out and try to get that taken care of. I am going to change. We'll talk about the language in a moment. I will change the 48-hour window with the attorney's visits to 2 hours. And then I'll tell you this, Mr. Grado, and we're going to do that right.
Yes, sir.
But going forward, I will entertain the rest of these requests that you've made on the 12th when we're back in, because my hope is between now and then I'll get the formal appointment, and then I'll feel more comfortable about having the authority to change it, to make the changes, and then. But I will say this though, my thinking is on the issue of the order related to no contact or stay away from the child is I would need to see, because I don't know what I don't know. What is the probate court involvement with the child? So you don't need to answer that. What I'm saying is that if I can be provided some documentation so I know what it is. In other words, some documentation that shows me that the probate court is addressing, contact, visitation, custody, whatever is related to it. Because I did, there was a provision, if I remember correctly, in the 209A, where the probate court ordered, I believe, that at least temporarily custody go to Mr. Ayala. So if I can get some sense, because that's all I know of what the status is, some documents, then I'd have more information to be able to change that. But
Appreciate that.
But it makes sense if that's the case.
Well, with the caveat is you had declared earlier you know very little about this case, so I'm assuming the exhibits from the 58A are in the file, and if they're not, so you're on to review.
Let me be clear. When I say no little, I know all that's in the file, and that includes I've read the police reports. I've read the Dr. Zagzala report. I didn't see grand jury minutes, but I've read.
Affidavit. There's another report in there talking about her longstanding issues and things like that. So,
let me say this: I will not make any changes without having all the evidence before you. That goes without saying.
And I can just tell you just what's coming, Judge, in terms of documentation. So, and I hope this gives the court a comfort level, is that there's the restraining order that he got in family court is still there. So, so
it's not a matter of comfort level.
Right.
It's a matter.
Nothing would happen if the court says, we're vacating this, we're leaving this to probate court. What you'd be leaving it to is an existing restraining order that hasn't had the benefit of a two-party hearing since going back all the way to July or June 30th.
Right.
So that order is still in place.
That's something that Ms. Fitzsimmons can do something about. I mean,
It's tricky. It's tricky because it's a bit of a catch-22 because you got the family court judge looking at this saying, well, I can't do anything because Superior Court's telling me I can't do anything. And Ms. Fitzsimmons has another counsel for the custody case, and she's sort of waiting in the wings to see if we can have Your Honor address this, no probate court order.
Okay.
And once that happens, I think then we can address all these things in family court.
So what I would ask from the Commonwealth, actually both sides, is that at some point you take a look at the file and make sure that I do have that everything that I need to know about the 58A and the terms it's in the file. And again, I've already talked about the court-related documents. And whatever else it is that you've raised on the conditions, the change in the conditions, again, we'll address on the 12th That assumes that Chief Ricciuti assigns me, which I assume will happen. And that's where we'll leave it. So let me, go ahead, Mr.
No, I we're wrapping up. I just need to put one thing on the record.
Yeah, I'm not wrapping up yet. We're getting close. I promised the staff that we're wrapping up. Officer Nunez, so you have this order, or Mr. I just gave Mr. Moran, Alderman Judy. How can I change this? Can I make a change on this?
No, it could make it. We could do some deal with it. If you want to change it on that, we can actually make it.
Don't make me. Let me just, here, I'm going to change it on here, and if you can make some kind of a document that, so, where is it? Allowed out for medical court attorney business. You know what, there's a provision here. I'm just going to change the attorney visits with 2 hours notice. And remember, Mr. Grader, we're talking about during the week, so I know you work weekends.
I do.
Right? And like any trial attorney. And so if there's going to be some meeting on the weekends, she can't.
Got to respect the 2 hour notice.
No,
48.
She's got to set that up during the week while probation is around.
Oh, okay, I see.
She can't just
Certain.
pick up Saturday
Well, I was hoping to give probation like a schedule of meetings for like a week and a half.
I thought you couldn't do that.
Well, if I have 2 hour notice, I can be more flexible. I can't do 48 hours. 2 hours I can manage. And I appreciate Your Honor doing this. There's a lot of provisions in here that the court needs to look at and grasp and get up to speed on.
So I'm going to change that. So I just wrote in that. What I would do is let's make a copy of that and document it. And then you can give copies to each side to have it. That's the only thing that I changed. And you folks have your deadlines, which Mr. Moran out. Maybe I'll do some procedural orders. What else?
I just wanted to put on the record, defense counsel had listed just really 3 things that he was missing. Detective Furman's report, he actually has that. The body camera of Sergeant Strong at the hospital, he actually has that. I'm going to help him find it in the discovery. So the only thing outstanding is the OneDrive link, which will be Monday, and my email to him memorializing what we just talked about. After that, I'm filing my final certificate.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's appreciated. Thank you.
Let's all work cooperatively. It sounds like you folks have, and let's get this thing to trial. All right. Okay. Oh, yeah. Anything else? Otherwise, we will.
No, just the conditions of the office conditions that have.
Oh, right. Give me the other word. So I wrote 3 visits for 2 hours and so it's probation. So that actually, this is probably a better mechanism for dealing with we want. But I changed both orders so that that is it. Okay, so we'll see you at 9:30 on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. What's that doing?
Can you sign for that? Yes, sir. Yep, she'll be right here. Okay.
Do you, roughly how long did it take college?
Well, I haven't received any witness letters or anything like that from the defense, like, only 3 days maybe.
Okay. So, let me.
I agree with that.
Okay, let me do this. Let me tell you what, I have for an agenda, and then you folks can, which is pretty straightforward, and then you folks can tell me what else we need to go over. So we have the schedule set. We'll have to decide whether there needs to be any other, interim hearings. I wanted to talk about deadlines for, the very things, trial motions, witness lists, what proposed voir dire questions, et cetera. And wanted to get a sense of just kind of an overview, very brief summary, if there's any anticipated significant legal or evidentiary issues that you folks anticipate, because that may dovetail with our schedule as well. And just whether there's any discovery related issues. I know there's a motion filed by each side that's discovery related, if I remember correctly, we can address those. And also something to get out ahead of time, to get out in front of that we can discuss as part of our deadlines, and that is whether there should be some kind of media related or spectator related order, just so there's some procedure in place for any expected issues related to that. And that's my agenda. I don't know if you folks had other things that you were anticipating or wanted to raise. No, did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered it.
I do have a few things.
Sure.
So we have a long list of things that we consider to be outstanding discovery. So I think we have a Rule 14 issue, and council and I have been going back and forth on it, but I don't think that there's been enough digging, frankly, about some of the stuff we're looking for.
All right, so I'll tell you what. That will be part of our discovery agenda.
Okay.
All right, we'll do that. I'm not cutting you off. I'm just
I
trying
appreciate it.
Trying to get an idea of what lays ahead. But yes, I do want to get out in front of the anticipated discovery issues, including the motions that were filed.
Sure. And Judge, on that bail motion, I certainly want to give the Commonwealth time to look at it and react, etc. The bail motion that I requested?
I saw something, I have not read it. I don't know if Mr. Gubitosi shared. I had a charge conference this morning in a trial that's been before me for 5 weeks. I'm going to the jury on Monday, and I just haven't had time.
Sure, I
So
understand.
if there was something filed this morning, I didn't see it.
Sure.
We can talk about that. You said it's field related?
It is, Judge. It just, whenever you're ready to address it, but there's just some pressing aspects of her terms of release that are really hindering our trial prep.
Okay, well, I think, so I'll tell you this, I have read the materials that are in the file. I don't know anything else about the case other than what's in the file. But my memory is that, wasn't there a 5880 order?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so if there's any changes that need to be made to that order, I believe the law requires that you go before the judge that imposes the conditions. Is the defendant out on conditions of release?
She is, Your Honor. That's correct.
Okay. So,
So that's going to trigger a recusal hearing, Your Honor. We have a request for an evidentiary hearing that Judge Ricciuti, the Chief Justice of the Superior Court, took over, and he ruled that my motion to recuse the prior judge was moot because she was not going to, essentially, because she was not going to be around in the session. So this is a...
Let me first get to this that you're talking about.
Sure.
So this is paper 54, defendants renewed motion for bail determination under section 5787 or 276. So, when you say,
So we're asking for a revised bail determination. That's correct, Your Honor.
okay,
And,
in other words, a change in the conditions of release or something?
Yes, that's correct. The document 51 in the docket, Your Honor, is our just filed. The prior substantive motion we filed was a motion to recuse Judge McCarthy-Nyman from the case.
Okay. So let me first see if there's even an issue. So,
Sure.
Mr. Kulikowski, presumably have seen this motion?
Yes, I got it late this morning.
All right. Leaving aside whether today is the appropriate time for it to be heard or not, what is the Commonwealth's position? Should it be heard by Judge McCarthy?
Well, yes. At the end of the day, there was a number of hearings in front of Judge McCarthy. The defendant appealed her decision to the SJC. The SJC denied the appeal, saying she did not abuse her discretion. That's where it stands now. Defense counsel did file a motion to recuse Judge McCarthy. As counsel said, I can't remember the name of the judge.
Ricciuti.
Yes, he did move because he asked her to get off the case, not anything else, just to get off the case. That's what the defense counsel was asking for. Because she wasn't in the trial session, she wasn't going to be the trial judge, so none of that was acted upon. And so, but there's been an extensive history that the judge has dealt with, and frankly, I don't see a change in circumstances.
Well, yeah.
I would point to document 51 for a change in circumstances, Your Honor, about the true nature of what's been going on in this case.
Okay, so let me say this. I like to have practical results that be pragmatic as pragmatic as the rules of the law allow me to. So I don't. Is it something that you would object to me hearing or something? If I have the legal authority, if you folks agree that I have the legal authority to weigh in on it, I don't know that today would be the appropriate day to do it or not, but we can talk about that.
Sure. I appreciate you being open to that, Judge, and I can narrow it, in terms of what I want to impose a little bit on the court and on counsel today to deal with is, some of these terms are duplicative and they're just bureaucratic. They're just onerous. And, 48 hours notice to make an appointment to come to my office. I don't know when I'm going to be in my office within 48 hours, and I need to have Ms. Fitzsimmons more when I need her to prep. And so the idea of giving 48 hours notice to probation, to leave house arrest, to come to my office in Boston is just extremely onerous. Also, she's in the custody. Oh, sorry.
So, because there's a couple different issues. One is whether, because I don't want to waste your time in the sense that if it's something that doesn't need to go to Judge McCarthy. So, I guess what is the Commonwealth's position? Presumably, the defense position is that I can hear it.
Yes.
And I should hear it.
You should. Well, our position is that she should be recused. We're more than willing, ready, willing, able, and happy to have an evidentiary hearing on it. I don't think the Superior Court wants that on her recusal. And we think that the entire framework of this case has been an absolute circus from the beginning. And I'm glad you're here, frankly. And I have a pending motion to recuse. Not pending, but I filed a motion to recuse, Judge. And I am very unhappy with the way this thing has unfolded since arraignment. And we have moved to recuse. Judge Ricciuti, I think wisely, has made it a non-issue. And I want to forge ahead with Your Honor. And I want to go ahead with the case on all aspects with Your Honor. And I don't think it's in the Superior Court's best interest. I don't think it's in Kelsey's best interest. I don't think it's in anybody's best interest to kick this back to where it just came out of. And I just want to ask for a few things today. And I know that, the court can say no, you got to wait. The Commonwealth can say no, you got to wait. But I think these things are not unreasonable. I just want to get rid of the 48-hour notice. I want her to be able to come to my office, get in a car and drive there on her own, like a grown-up, her mom is the custodian of Miss Fitzsimmons. Her mom works full time. This has been an incredible hardship on her. She's got to drive her to my office and sit around for 3 hours. It's really unfair.
Let's do this. Before we end today, we will address
Thank you.
whether I will address it or not. And the reason why is because I like to read it. When attorneys take the time, either side, take the time to write something and file it, I like to read it. And I haven't read it, and
I appreciate it.
I'm completely at a loss without knowing. So we'll need probation up here if we get to that point. But in any event, we'll circle back. I don't want to start on something that. Let's just start looking forward instead of back.
I love the idea, Your Honor.
We'll do that. So in any event, all right. So let's talk about legal and evidentiary issues, and just in the sense of deadlines. What I would like is a joint witness list, and you know what, actually, I'd like a joint witness list because what I intend to do is treat this case like any other criminal case I preside over, and that is there will be individual voir dire, there will be attorney conducted voir dire, and there will be a questionnaire. That's kind of my standard procedure. You try to case in front of you, but I know your staff has. So.
I have.
Oh, you have? Yes. Oh. So,
I guess
you
I'm
must have
not
done
that
such a good
memorable.
job that I don't remember. But in any event, so that's where we're going, so the reason why I bring that up is because one of the questions that will be on that case-specific juror questionnaire will be, do you know any of these potential witnesses? And what I like to do is just attach some Word document or something that has both of your witness lists, both of your witnesses on, both sides witnesses on there. Also, on there we should list, the way it will be phrased is it will be potential witnesses and anyone possibly associated with the case. So if there's names of folks that their names may be prominent during the trial, some business may be prominent, I have no idea. Things of that nature should be just the mechanism to do that is to put them on this, potential witnesses so that folks can flag it in their answer to the questionnaire. Right, so that's, and then also, frankly, I need to see a witness sooner than later to make sure that I don't have any conflicts as well. And while I'm thinking of it, I will say this, it's not a conflict in my view, but I will raise, I did see in the file, I thought, report from Dr. Zeisel, and I was not on the defense side, but I said,
Yes, Your Honor, we have him.
The name didn't sound familiar.
No, okay. So I don't know if he's going to be a trial witness or not, but I will tell you folks, Mr. Kelsey may know this, I don't know. I used him a lot when I was a defense attorney. I've been on the bench 8.5 years, and I don't know if he's testified before me. I did keep in touch with him professionally for the first, felt like the first year or two I was on the bench, just because I still had cases, there were still cases pending that I had been counsel on, so I don't believe I've spoken to him in 7 years or something, but I did want to disclose that. Again, I don't see a conflict at all, but you folks can think about it. Do you expect that he'd be a witness?
So, Judge, we're sort of on the fence about it, actually. That's the number one area that we're on the fence about. But if you don't have a problem with it, we certainly don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I don't, but you folks will let me know. So, on the legal evidence, like what motions, like what unusual file motions should I expect?
I don't think there were really any unusual ones, bad motions, things like that. Nothing unusual from the Commonwealth side. With the caveat that I don't know who their witnesses are or whether they're calling it an expert. And that's one of the things I think we need to address today. So.
That is a good point. So, because if there's going to be a mental health offense, so I want to keep this case on target for March 23 because.
Agreed.
From my perspective, and I'm sure everyone agrees, if it's not March 23, then that's to the extent that the case is assigned to me, and I don't know if that's been formally done or not done, then I'll be off to a civil session for 3 months, and we'll be waiting. So we've cleared the deck, so to speak, for March 23. So I'd like to make sure that we're on target to do that. But things like mental health defense could slow things up if the Commonwealth wants to hire their own expert, et cetera. So.
I understand, Your Honor. So I think the Commonwealth has Rule 14 problems, though. You know, they've got to comply under Rule 14 before we have to do anything. And you know, I have a list of, you know, and I know the Commonwealth's been trying to kind of work with me, you know, without bothering the court, which is always the best way to go on these things. And you know, we're sort of getting there, but it's going very slow. And I have a list of about 8 things here that, you know, make their certificate of final discovery compliance really not accurate. So
can I ask, I thought I did see, Mr. Kubatosi, from your perspective, is it the Commonwealth's position that you folks have complied, or there's still outstanding discovery issues?
I think the only outstanding discovery issue, and I did reply to defendant's request for his 8 items the other day. I hope he got my reply. It is the ones that we're going to talk about this afternoon. So, other than that, there's maybe an issue with I provide him with a link to something. But other than that.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. We'll put it on the agenda. Let's get right to it. What
Sure.
are the discovery issues?
So, Judge, today,
And could you say that there was a certificate of the final file possession?
the last date, Judge, right? And you know,
You know, Mr. Boyd, you're was it 50? Just get that out. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Boyd.
thank you, Your Honor. So, Judge, today, the Commonwealth is giving me a surveillance system that was taken out of the house. So I appreciate that. We've been looking for that. There's some video. So there was the actual. They took the actual system, right? And we need it for some other cases as well. And we've gotten that taken care of today. The Commonwealth's going to give me that system today. Expert notice. Okay, so under Rule 14, you know, I don't think we have the proper expert notice in terms of the CV and who's testifying as an expert and what's the opinion going to be. I don't know if, you know, I don't know that I have everything or on that. And I'll elaborate on that a little bit as well.
Yeah, well, let's just take them one at a time.
Sure.
So, what kind of experts would there be unless there was a mental health offense? You talked about like ballistics?
Yes, it's ballistics.
Right.
I turned over the CV to defense counsel. It's on Axon. He has the report of the ballistician who analyzed 3 guns and says that 1 gun matches the shell casings that were found on the scene. Other than that, I don't see any other.
But this isn't, the defendant's not charged with a firearm offense, right? It's AEW, is that?
So here's where I'm going with this, Judge. We're sort of talking about 2 separate things. The Commonwealth has given us a 7-page report, and the report concerns the guns that the responding officers had. It lists 3 Glocks, and they're all their service weapons of the responding officers. So that's great. I'm not interested. It
No,
doesn't.
that's incorrect. And I sent an email to him, February 6th, because we had talked about this. I hate to interrupt, but he's just wasting his time tonight.
Yeah, go ahead. I'd like to hear it. Go ahead.
And in the email, I talked about which gun was which gun. There was 2 officers who were on the scene, one shooter, one Officer Newman, who discharged his firearm, another officer who did not discharge his firearm, and the gun that the defendant is alleged to have. Yes, who is alleged to have used. and that was her service letter. And I detailed for that to the defense counsel. And so the analysis that was done on the gun that was involved in the shooting. And so that's all.
So this would have been, what was your officer's name?
Newman.
This would have been Officer Newman's service weapon.
Yes, and so I had sent an email because we had been talking about that on February 6th concerning that exact issue to clarify the defense counsel.
So I appreciate counsel interjecting with that. And if it's, I'll go back and look at it, but I read it to be the 3 officers that were at the scene and that their guns were taken pursuant to protocol. But if the Commonwealth is saying that that's the gun that was used, then that's fine. And I'm satisfied with that. I didn't read it that way, but if that's how the Commonwealth has it, I'll go back and look at it, and that's fine. So that's we can take that one off the list. Body worn cameras, Your Honor. There were an officer visited Ms. Fitzsimmons early on when she was at Mass General Hospital. She spent 53 days at Mass General. An officer visited her there, and I don't know if there's a report that emanated from that or a body camera that emanated from that. And then,
So when you see body camera footage, it's very narrow, you're saying? But
right.
It's a specific event?
Right, it was one officer that visited her at the hospital, right.
Okay, and was this a social visit or something?
That's a good question. It might have been half and half, I'm not sure.
And, would this have been a North Andover officer?
Yes.
State police? Okay.
Yes,
So,
Your Honor.
and have you told the Commonwealth the identity of the officer?
It actually might be a trooper. If I could just have one moment. Detective Dan Furman.
I don't, who's that?
So he visited Ms. Fitzsimmons at the hospital, and if there's any,
I'm sorry, I meant when I said who's that, I meant what police agency?
so there's a visit from someone who's might be a social visit or a police visit. I don't know what it is, but I'd like to know if there's any documentation of it.
All right, so this
And
is,
body
but again, this person's name is Detective
Furman, F-U-H-R-M-A.
Okay, and what police agency does he work for?
North Andover.
All right. And so this should be. Well, you're saying that you don't know if it was a social visit or not?
All I know is a North Andover police officer visited her, and is there any documentation of it, or is there a report? Is there a text message from it? Is there anything from it? I just want to know.
I'm not expecting any answers right now. I'm just, you want to weigh in on this?
No, this is the first I've heard of it, and I think the defendant would know if it was a social visit or anything more than that. I don't believe North Andover has body-worn cameras, but I will certainly make an inquiry. This is the first I've heard of that.
And then there's also a body-worn camera from Ms. Fitzsimmons' arrest at the hospital. She was arrested at the hospital and kind of cuffed to the bed, and pursuant to the district attorney's office wanting to move the case along and get her arraigned. And there should be body camera from the state police from that.
So is it?
And I believe that's Trooper Strong.
Is this request, are you familiar with this?
It's my understanding that the defense counsel called me and asked that there not be body-worn camera when the state police went to her. So, but I will double check that. So.
My client tells me that there was body-worn camera that was activated, and that she was informed that there was body-worn camera.
Okay. Well, there was, it sounds like it wouldn't have been North Andover. So.
No, that's
The state police, yes, Trooper Strong.
Is here today. I'll ask him.
Okay. All right, and you know what, actually, because the troopers here, to the extent that we can put any of these issues to bed today, that would be great. So what else?
Promises, rewards, inducements, Your Honor. That's the subject of an entire filing today.
Okay. So we will, you want to do that now, or you want to, what else is on your list? So,
That's the list, Your Honor.
okay. All right, but I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Did you say that you had 8 things, and I only have 4?
So I'd like a witness list from the Commonwealth. I'd like to move to strike the certificate of discovery compliance to the extent that it triggers our obligations when their discovery obligations are not satisfied.
And by the way, I don't have these rules about, I have a case in front of me now where there's 3 DAs and 3 assistant DAs and 1 defense attorney. They're all welcome to speak, so to the extent that I'm not, I don't have rules against more than 1 attorney speaking.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. I'm not afraid to speak. And Attorney Bradel knows that. No.
I don't want you to, anyone to think that, to the extent that you want to be heard, you can be heard.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
What else?
Judge, there's also some OneDrive links that I know that I think the council referred to that, but there's some OneDrive links for some discovery that we don't have. That we got some Axon discovery that had OneDrive links in it, and it was not communicating very well with our computer. So council is going to get me OneDrive links for, I believe, I could say one more. So I'm actually at a loss to say what's on these OneDrive links because I can't open them.
Yeah, as I had said just a few minutes ago, I understand what he's looking for. I understand, and we'll send him a link on Monday.
All right, what else?
I believe there were some redactions in the grand jury minutes that were given, Your Honor. And if there are any redacted grand jury minutes, we need the unredacted grand jury minutes. Right, I didn't, yeah, it was strange.
No, and I tried to explain this to him when he got a redacted exhibit that I used in grand jury. And it was an interview with some of the officers that talked about things that I thought were too prejudicial to the defendant. And so I submitted to the grand jury for their consideration the redacted exhibits.
Okay.
However, he has the full exhibit also, meaning a full unredacted version of those recordings.
Okay.
So the grand jury minutes themselves, I'm sorry to interrupt, are not redacted.
Okay, that's, if I have it, I'd like to have it. And, you know.
So, yeah, I mean, it sounds as though Mr. Gubertos is produced, and I'm sure will, if not, both the redacted and the unredacted versions, so you'll have a record of what exactly the grand jury saw, if you don't already.
Thank you.
What else?
The rest is the promises, rewards, inducements motion. There's 2 key witnesses here that are.
We're ready to.
Yes.
The motion.
Yes.
So, let me just cue that up. So it's been documented as paper 53, defendant's motion for disclosure of promises, rewards, and inducements. And I have read it, I've read the attachments, and I don't know if this is an issue for Mr. Gubertosi or not, but I'll say that the problem that I saw with the motion is that it's not supported by affidavit. And I don't know, again, if that's something that the Commonwealth would raises or not, but to the extent that you're relying on statements of your client and your client's father, I typically would see that in an affidavit form. Is that it?
Well, Judge, I do have an attorney's affidavit, and I do at the end of the motion, but I do view it more as like a. What we're doing here from the defense side is we're pointing the Commonwealth to specific exculpatory evidence.
Right.
So, you know, how far we have to go with affirmative, you know, averments of that, you know, I don't think it's not like a motion to suppress where we're asking for the court to, you know, make significant rulings. This is a notice to the government that says, hey, look at all this stuff that has happened. And, you need to figure this out. And I think that the government, in this case, with respect to this Alain guy, has rose-colored glasses on where they're like, they don't want this guy to be harmed. They think this is a probate court issue. They think this is, just focus on Kelsey. Let's not worry about this guy. Don't look over here. Don't look behind the curtain. So this is an incredibly egregious thing this guy did. Miss Fitzsimmons was in the hospital fighting for her life. That was her home. He had gone and gotten a restraining order in which he swore in the affidavit, I don't live there. I live in Stowe with my parents. He's now a plaintiff against Miss Fitzsimmons as a defendant in a restraining order matter. He has no rights to that house whatsoever. 3 days later, her dad, who's a security expert and owns a security business, changed the locks, updated the security system, made his daughter's home secure again after this thing happened to her. And after the shooting, and she's in the hospital. She's away from her house. And this guy takes advantage of that to commit all sorts of serious crimes. He's on video breaking into the place with 3 other friends, 3 other accomplices, bust down the door, come in, it's on video, it's in an exhibit that you have, and he commits all sorts of serious crimes. The most serious one for purposes of this case is that he stole evidence. He stole evidence off the refrigerator. It's a felony. He had just...
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Assuming everything that you say is true, the motion is for promises, inducements, or rewards. So your theory is what? That the Commonwealth promised to not charge this guy or something?
Yes. That's exactly what we think. And he's a preceding witness. He's at the scene of this shooting, Your Honor. He's at the scene of the shooting. This isn't about, 3 days earlier he did this order. It's that he's a precipient witness at the shooting. He's there. He and his sister are there.
At the end of the day, the motion is for promises, inducements, or rewards.
Yes.
As those terms are understood, has the Commonwealth made any of those or offered any of that to this gentleman?
I think I can answer it this way. Okay. As far as him being a recipient witness, and you don't know very little about this case, the 2 people who were there in the room when the shooting occurred, when the allegations against the defendant pointing the gun at Officer Newman and pulling the trigger, and him shooting her in self-defense, the 2 of them were out there. That's in the top floor of the bedroom. Mr. Alien was in the basement at the time of the house. He's on surveillance video in the basement. He hears it and he leaves. So he's not a recipient witness. I'd just like to put this up there. But the case does not rise and fall on him. He might be a background witness. He heard the shots, but as far as what happened in the bedroom, he has no idea. So to say he's a critical recipient witness, I would suggest is a little misleading. Now,
Oh, I'm back. I'm a towel. I know you're all excited. Listen. Oh, look, I'm in the sun. Look, I'm a towel in the sun. Have you ever wanted to see the sun just basking on towel? Okay, so other than me being an illuminated towel, all right, you couldn't actually see the sun basking on me. Okay, we're in a replay. Look at the sun basking on towel. All right, here's what we got to do. A couple things. One, I have to, get a coffee. All right, if we're going to do this tonight and do sidebahs and, B-towels, I have to go get a coffee. You are about to hear the part of the hearing, if you're on replay, where the SXDA basically was like, yeah, we're not going to charge the roving house bandits. It's not really on our priority list. What? What? Okay. So I'll let us finish out this part. I'm so glad Lynn's still here and standing stone in my town, friends. We are going to have a second stream tonight, okay? We're going to talk about Karen getting Michael Proctor's phone. We're going to talk about the ridiculous motion from the O'Keefes trying to get access to Karen's phone before she gets them back. We're going to talk about what went down in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. But before we do that, I have to actually watch what Judge said at the end. I know a lot of you are going to be like, Grant, we already saw that. You were doing your towel things. I know. Lynn, we're just about to find out what the judge said at the end. I was doing towel things. Lynn was doing towel things. We're all going to find out together. Then I'm going to go get a coffee. I'm going to get some dinner. I'm going to recharge. Then we're going to start again. And if we have to go to 5 in the morning or 7 in the morning, I don't care. We are going to finish, ladies and gentlemen, these sidebahs. Okay, we have been doing sidebahs for so long at this point that I refuse to not finish this document. But I'm going to get a coffee. So God bless the people who've been supporting Little Towel. If you are listening and you can help Little Towel, go ahead and help Little Towel at the end of the month. But do not donate if it would be a burden. Please do not donate if you need to feed yourself or your family. And just consider that this is a public information service. And apparently I am just leaving juridical accountability in my wake. All right, here we go. Judge back on the bench.
Maybe we're back on record on the Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
All right, so folks, we're going to need to wrap up, but let me give you my thoughts on the pre-trial conditions, and that is the following. Does either side object to me specifically asking Chief Ricciuti to assign me to this case for all purposes?
No, Your Honor.
No. Okay. All right, so then that will give me some certainty about whether I'd be violating some statutory provision by making changes to the pre-trial conditions. So I'll reach out and try to get that taken care of. I am going to change. We'll talk about the language in a moment. I will change the 48-hour window with the attorney's visits to 2 hours. And then I'll tell you this, Mr. Gradle, and we're going to do that right.
Yes, sir.
But going forward, I will entertain the rest of these requests that you've made on the 12th when we're back in, because my hope is between now and then I'll get the formal appointment, and then I'll feel more comfortable about having the authority to change it, to make the changes, and then. But I will say this though, my thinking is on the issue of the order related to no contact or stay away from the child is I would need to see, because I don't know what I don't know. What is the probate court involved with the child? So you don't need to answer that. What I'm saying is if I can be provided some documentation so I know what it is. In other words, some documentation that shows me that the probate court is addressing, contact, visitation, custody, whatever is related to it. Because I did, there was a provision, if I remember correctly, in the 209A, where the probate court ordered, I believe, that at least temporarily custody go to Mr. Ayala. So if I can get some sense, because that's all I know of what the status is, some documents, then I have more information to be able to change that. But it makes sense if that's the case.
Well, with the caveat is you had declared earlier you know very little about this case, so I'm assuming the exhibits from the 58A are in the file, and if they're not, so you're on to review.
Let me be clear. When I say no little, I know all that's in the file, and that includes I've read the police reports. I've read the Dr. Zizella report. I didn't see grand jury minutes, but I've read.
Affidavit. There's another report in there talking about her longstanding issues and things like that. So,
let me say this: I will not make any changes without having all the evidence before me. That goes without saying.
And I can just tell you just what's coming, Judge, in terms of documentation. So, and I hope this gives the court a comfort level, is that the restraining order that he got in family court is still there. So
it's not a matter of comfort level.
Right. nothing would happen if the court says, you know, this, we're vacating this, we're leaving this to probate court. What you'd be leaving it to is an existing restraining order that hasn't had the benefit of a two-part hearing since going back all the way to July or June 30th. So that order is still in place.
That's something that Ms. Fitzsimmons can do something about. I mean, you know.
It's tricky. It's tricky because it's a bit of a catch-22 because you got the family court judge looking at this saying, well, I can't do anything because Superior Court's telling me I can't do anything. And Ms. Fitzsimmons has another counsel for the custody case, and she's sort of waiting in the wings to see if we can have Your Honor address this, you know, no probate court order. And once that happens, I think then we can address all these things in family court.
So what I would ask from the Commonwealth, actually both sides, is that at some point you take a look at the file and make sure that I do have that everything that I need to know about the 50-day and the terms are enough, it's in the file. And again, I've already talked about the court-related documents. And whatever else it is that you've raised on the conditions, the change in the conditions, again, we'll address on the 12th. And that assumes that Chief Chudy assigns me, which I assume will happen. And that's where we'll leave it. So let me, officer, go ahead.
No, I just wrapping up. I just need to put one thing on the record.
Yeah, I'm not wrapping up yet. We're getting close. I promised the staff that we're wrapping up. Officer Nunez, so you have this order, or Mr. I just gave this order. Judy. How can I change this? Can I make a change on this?
No, it could be. You can do something with it. If you want to change it on that, you can actually make it.
No, don't make it. Let me just, here, I'm going to change it on here, and if you can make some kind of a file entry that, so, here, where is it? Allow out from medical court attorney visits. You know what, there's a provision here. I'm just going to change the attorney visits, with 2 hours notice. And remember, Mr. Grader, we're talking about during the week, so I know it's work weekends.
I do.
And like any trial attorney, so if there's going to be some meeting on the weekends, she can't.
Got to respect a 2-hour notice.
No,
48.
she's got to set that up during the week while probation's around.
Oh, okay, I see.
She can't just
So,
pick up Saturday.
well, I was hoping to give probation like a schedule of meetings for like a week and a half.
I thought you couldn't do that.
Well, if I have 2-hour notice, I can be more flexible. I can't do 40 hours. 2 hours I can manage. And I appreciate Your Honor doing this. There's a lot of provisions in here that the court needs to look at and grasp and get up to speed on.
So I'm going to change that. So I just wrote in that. What I would do is let's make a copy of that and docket it. And then you can do copies to each side so that you have it. That's the only thing that I changed. And you folks have your deadlines, which was going out. Maybe I'll do some procedural orders. What else?
I just wanted to put on the record, that counsel had listed just really 3 things that he was missing. Detective Furman's report, he actually has that. The body camera of Sergeant Strong at the hospital, he actually has that. I'm going to help him find it in the discovery. So the only thing outstanding is the OneDrive link, which will be Monday, and my email to him memorializing what we just talked about. After that, I'm filing my final certificate.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's appreciated. Thank you.
Let's all work cooperatively. It sounds like you folks have, and let's get this thing to trial. All right. Okay. Good. Oh, yeah. Anything else? Otherwise, we will.
No, just the conditions of the office conditions that have.
Oh, you're right. Give me the other one. So I wrote 3 visits for 2 hours and no probation. So I actually did change both orders so that is it. Okay, so we'll see you at 9:30 on the 12th.
All right, so that was actually good. Kelsey got her bail conditions amended. So first of all, the big issue is like you normally as one judge can't amend another judge's bail condition. And Bradel wants all these bail conditions amended for Kelsey. They're very reasonable requests. But the judge on the bench is like, I have to get an assignment from the like head judge, the chief judge of my division. And then if I get assigned to this case specially for all purposes, then I can make rulings that change prior bail conditions. We'll do some of this on the 12th. The judge is saying like, I'm willing to lift the bail condition about her not like having contact with her child or petitioning the family court because there's a family court order that's in place, and then the family court can deal with that. The family court can't really deal with that right now because the plaintiff in the family court case, who is Kelsey's ex-partner, would be like, Judge, there's a superior court order that contravenes anything you would do here. We can't be moving forward with this. So, in short, like a bunch of bail conditions that Kelsey wants changed will be heard on the 12th or 13th of March, whatever it is, the 12th at 9:30. One bail condition was changed today, which is Kelsey can go to legal appointments with only 2 hours notice to probation during the week, not 48 hours, so that's big. So my plan is, if you're all just tuning in, I'm going to go get lunch now, dinner. I'm going to get a coffee. We're going to have our nighttime session where I'm going to recap for everyone what happened today. Then I'm going to start doing sidebahs. Again, we really have to get through these sidebahs so I can go back to Epstein Files research. And then we'll go about our business. Thank you for supporting Towel Channel. I will not say goodbye. I will say enjoy your dinner hour. It is coming up on 5 p.m. here on the East Coast of the United States. And I'm going to go get a nice coffee. I'm so grateful to people who have been donating to support Little Towel. The end of the month is terrible. Anyway, we will be back together very soon, probably about after 6. I want to learn all about your theory, Spacey118, about what's going on with this Spanish operation. And until then, so sometime after 6 or 6:30 tonight, God bless you, Little Towels. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I will see you in a few hours. Of course, Aaron. We'll see you all for a recap a little bit after 6:30. All right, Towel friends on the YouTube. We had a lot of people watching today. Do you know how many people were watching over on the X? I mean, that was actually really impressive. I don't know how many we hit. We hit like a lot. I mean, I didn't like track the exact number, but I think we hit upwards of, I don't know, like 4,000. What was the actual number? How much do you think it was? We hit 6,500 on the X, Little Towels. That's really impressive. 6,500? Wow, almost 7,000 people watched on the Towel X today. That's very impressive. I feel like an accomplished little towel. I have never felt so accomplished before. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. That's actually really impressive. We're almost as big as the Arabic version of Al Jazeera. You know what I'm saying? They beat us out by a little bit. They got 8.2. But I mean, come on, I can't beat the entire country of Qatar. I'm just saying, ladies and gentlemen, we're like 7 times bigger than PBS. We're like 7 times bigger than Reuters. We really kind of like, we kind of just like take other channels to task some days. I'm saying 6.4 thousand on the X is no small potatoes. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Bunny. We did do really well. Nicola, you have a great early night. You get some extra rest. We will see you tomorrow for more Sidebahs. We'll tell you all about the late night adventures. Bunny, if you and Kofi want to hang out with us, we'll be back together after roughly 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so about an hour and a half from now. And look at that, 6.5 thousand on the Towel X. I feel like an accomplished little towel. All right, good. For the people going to bed, you sleep really well. Maybe you'll catch us when you wake up. For the people coming back for the 6:30 stream, I'll see you in an hour and a half. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless all of you. Thank you for your support of Towel Channel, and we'll see each other again.